everyone, this is JMAn, the head power ranker for the Civilization Battle Royale. We are currently heading into our iteration of Civilization Battle Royale X2, aka Season 2, which drops tomorrow, February 9th, 2021. I hope you guys watching, whether through the recording or through the Twitch stream, are having a good day at home. We are here to talk about our power rankings from 61st all the way to 1st. Obviously, you have myself, the head power ranker JMAn, and then we also have our guy that's next in line in case I die, Admiral Cloudberg.
Hi.
We also have Lax, who is next in line after both I and Admiral Cloudberg inevitably bite the dust. It's Lacsirax Ariscal.
Yeah, that's going to happen sooner rather than later once my assassins get there.
Yeah. We are also joined by 3 of our great power rankers, including the fabulous Msurdej.
Hello.
shaggysnorlax.
Hello.
And then finally returning to the power ranking team from a short hiatus, Skies Overcast, AKA Lordie AKA Void.
Hey, the triple threat.
The triple threat. Okay, well.
The stream sound might be a little bit quiet.
The stream sound is quiet. Tim says, holy shit, Lax is alive. Yes, she is. She just doesn't like talking to anybody that isn't a PR, apparently.
That's not true. It's just every time on the CBR Discord, it's like less than a month and I end up in some kind of heated discussion about queer rights. And I don't enjoy it and nobody else does.
Yeah, well, that's par for the course, apparently, but
this isn't BBBcast.
Yeah, God, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I hate the CBR Discord. That's not a dig at anybody on the CBR Discord. I just hate the Discord itself. That's probably not a great way to start a stream to the community of people who are on that Discord.
Everybody who's watching is probably from there.
Yeah.
Hello, audience. We fucking hate you.
The stock market is back. We got the stocks back.
I enjoy the CBR Discord. I'll just put that on the record.
There's a reason why I've only had 2 messages in the CBR Discord in the past 3 years. I'll just put it that way.
Anyway, I should put out a disclaimer. I have I narrated part of the first part, so I kind of already know what happens, but I also kind of don't because I only looked at the slides for like the 15 slides that I was narrating, which are in the middle. I don't know what happened before that or after.
Right. I'm a little
We're
bit
professionals, ladies and
because
gentlemen.
I might have to narrate slides. I'm not sure. Koyot hasn't, sent me a message saying, hey, now's your turn. So, but I did see some of the slides, and I was just really confused. Basically, I'm going to say that I saw that 3 civilizations didn't settle a second city yet on the first slide I saw. I don't know which ones they are. I actually totally forgot, which goes to show how good my memory is. But
that's deep spoilers. We now know that some civs are slower at settling than others.
Well, to be fair, I didn't know I didn't know what turn it was, so it could have still been turn 1, and they were just like still processing the rest of the turns. Maybe it was turn 2. Ooh, maybe it's going to be another Korea situation where they will be the last to settle their second city, but they'll somehow come out in 4th.
Let's segue straight into it then, because I think one of the civs that probably won't settle a second city, or at least a 3rd city, for a long ass time, is our good friends Jamaica.
Yes, the reggae boys themselves. What we're going to talk about here is each civ individually, slide by slide. We're going to bring up their strengths, their weaknesses, how well do we think they can do? Should we put JMAn's ass on blast for putting a civ really high that probably shouldn't have been really high? Or,
yes.
I've given everyone permission for me. Nobody else has yet. But yeah, let's talk about Jamaica.
Yeah.
Oof.
by JAM.
JAM to the moon.
Legit, JM to the moon, just because the chance of them being last after part 1 are kind of low. But that's just because they probably won't die until like part 30 or something, because no one could be bothered to kill them.
Yeah, we saw exactly what happened with Haiti in CBRX1, where we all willed them on. It kind of looked like they might do something successful and then didn't. The odds are always stacked against the Civ in the Caribbean. I know we always hark back to that last Jamaican Civ, the Buccaneers, but they were a special case.
Yeah, like there's so few civs that have that enough naval expansion.
They're the exception, not the rule.
And also North America this season is just so stacked.
Well, I don't even think it is. Like Eastern Seaboard is not that stacked to the US. Like if they go north, they have a chance.
But they won't. Caribbean Civs always seem to like going to South America, and they don't stand a chance next to Bolivar. Frankly.
I personally find, since we're going to talk about Jamaica quite a bit because they're in last place and everybody loves an underdog, I need to point out that this is probably the lowest deviation anybody is going to see tonight, a 0.76. That's because almost everybody universally agreed that Jamaica will be 61st or 60th. Rosay, one of our power rankers, ranked Jamaica 59th, and that was one of our most controversial ranks.
Actually, it wasn't, because Lonely Rolling Star also ranked them 59th.
It was a tied controversy.
Nobody put them higher than that.
I mean, the thing is, I don't know they'll come I don't necessarily think they'll come 60th, 61st, 59th. I just know they won't come higher than about 40th. And there's no
They're just the worst.
No other Civ I can say that definitively.
It's Rosay.
Rosay, we were
Rosay.
just talking about you. Welcome to the stream, everybody. This is a 4th ranker joining us for the cast, Rosay.
No, Rosay, you will have to put yourself on push to talk, otherwise you'll be muted.
Unless you're me, apparently, because I don't have that restriction.
No one can stop Cloudbug.
Nope.
There you go. Rosay is in. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud.
Yep.
All right, nice.
Go ahead, buddy.
We're obviously not.
Hello, I am Rosay. I'm one of the newer power rankers. Hello to everyone on the stream.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, hello. So we're discussing Jamaica.
We were discussing Jamaica, yeah.
Oh yeah, I placed them high intentionally because I think I'm more so basing my lower rankings on who is the most likely to die first, and since Jamaica's kind of like excluded compared to like, say the Vandals, for example, where they don't have anyone to attack them outright. I think Jamaica could honestly make it to like at least at the absolute highest. I could have at least put it at like 56.
Does anybody remember what the original rank was for Madagascar?
I thought they were mid-40s.
Yeah, Madagascar were roughly 40s, I believe. We kind of had the idea that, hey, yes, they're on an island, but there's nobody in East Africa, so if they can get a foothold, then they could be like an Iceland type character.
Right.
Yeah, exactly that. And also because like we didn't have the Zulu right there or the Boers, so they had a decent opportunity to settle.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
The reason why I bring it up is because it is common for the AI to fumble anything naval, unless you're two Sicilies, of course, in which case they're going to win the game, but prove me wrong. But Madagascar survived just, in my opinion. Oh, thank you for the follow, Mr. N2 Electric Boogaloo. So, anywho, I just find that island civs do have quite a bit of survivability, but for some of us, our ranking philosophy is a bit different. Some of us rank, at least for part 0, based on their overall ability and their overall likelihood to succeed, and some rank purely on survivability. And
this is where I'd point out that JMAn ranked the two Sicilies 3rd, despite them having the 2nd smallest Voronoi area of any civ, and also being in Italy.
Listen, you're going to blast my ass about that later. Now is not the time.
Should we move on to stick?
Yeah, I got some stuff about two Sicilies later too. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to move on to another island civilization. We're talking Hawaii under Liliuokalani.
Liliuokalani.
Liliuokalani. Thank you.
Hawaii were a really popular pick for this area. They were kind of a runaway winner in the region, and I think that was always going to be the case.
Like there was a joke that like when they came out, they were just like everyone just said, "Oh, they're going to be the next CBR because she's cool."
She was a very.
I like the
mod. It was JFD's kind of honorary 100th Civ, I believe.
Yes.
And a sort of much awaited mod, so it's not a huge shock she's here. What I'm trying to say is she wasn't put in because of any expectation of her doing particularly well. She's not a particularly expansive or warmongery Civ, and as I'm sure you're aware if you've seen any CBR, the Pacific Ocean is pretty much the most difficult starting position on the entire map.
But I
love
do
the
think
comment section.
Incredible.
Whoops. Where we have Aaron/random strategy saying, "Remember to save my comment for when Hawaii wins," and I was just like, "When?" He's very confident.
I do think
I
if there's
think
any map that Hawaii is going to do well in, it is definitely this season's map because the Pacific Ocean is like more connected now than it has ever been, at least in my memory. So if Hawaii has
that's
any
what happened
sort
to
of,
Hawaii season,
yeah,
like in CBR MK2, where because they were so isolated, they actually were able to turtle up quite well, and it's why Pacific Island was so bad in CBR X1 is because Shikoku just settled all of it. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you say that you think that Hawaii can do well from that, because my initial takeout is, Japan are going to destroy them immediately then.
My view is that Hawaii, I think I rank them slightly higher than 60th, but at the end of the day, I think very few people actually rank them second to last, but because of the deviations, they ended up being second to last anyways. Hawaii, to me, honestly, is like one of the best spots for a South Pacific Civ, just because of the size of Hawaii and its islands. That's about it. And they also have kind of a bit of access to North America, kind of a bit of access to Asia, but not really. But it all comes down to who's going to be more aggressive, and I'm pretty sure Liliuokalani is a lot less aggressive than their predecessor, Hawaii under Kamehameha. So
that's fair. I'm gonna counter you on that. And looking at the sheet, it looks like most of us actually put Hawaii in 60th.
Oh, okay. I must have misremembered.
Yeah, no, it's most of them are in 60th.
But I will say Hawaii, according to this slide, has 122 techs and 4.71 million military units in 203 cities, 7 of which are capitals. So they could prove us wrong.
Yeah, nobody talks about Iroquois stacking the deck ever again with Hawaii like this.
Yeah, so just a heads up for anybody watching. In the top right, there's usually stats for cities, military production, techs, and population. There was an error when making the slides that we forgot to delete all the data from the previous season. We just copy and pasted, basically. So if you see that, don't be confused. Those are all supposed to be blank until, well, I guess next week when we release episode one's rankings.
No, actually, having seen part of episode 1, I can confirm Hawaii has 203 cities and 7 capitals.
Uh-oh.
Call it a handicap.
Work is calling. You guys keep talking. I need to mute myself.
No worries. I assume we're not able to move the slides forward then.
Yeah.
If I could add something, I want to point out that usually Hawaii ends up as like it starts getting to like 30 population cities, sometimes even like 40. Then it just immediately plummets as soon as someone invades. Because we saw that happen with Tonga, we saw that happen with Hawaii, and I'm not sure if something like that happened in like the original CBR.
New Zealand, it happened with as well.
I have returned. Sorry
yeah.
about that. Work is telling me that we have delay tomorrow. By the way, guys, I'm a teacher now. Fun fact.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, that was
nice.
But moving on, I think at the end of the day, we've talked a little bit too much about Hawaii, more than they definitely deserve.
We'll ever talk about Hawaii again.
Now, let's move on to everybody's favorite drunks, the Vandals.
Oh, who voted for the Vandals?
Not me. I hate the
A
Vandals.
lot of people apparently.
There are no good civs in that TSL. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
Garamantes. That's a good civ in
Yes,
that.
I will show the Garamantes, and they're not called Tenerife. They're called whatever's on the Canary Islands.
Guanches, the Guanches.
Well, that's a
Guanches.
different region.
Guanches.
That's the Morocco region.
Yeah.
Like your other options were Tunis, which are overused in IA games because they're the only good option. New Carthage under whatever his name is. Carthage under Dido. The old Libya, the even worse Libya by Gedamo.
Yeah.
And then there's, I guess you could put the oh no, the Fatimids. Shit, the Fatimids are really good.
And Garamantes are in there too.
Side note: Gedemo's Libya is actually in the Egypt
Yeah, it's actually
voting
in Egypt.
region.
They're a weird. They're a group of people that were called the Libyans, but actually lived in Egypt back in the the ancient Egypt era.
Yeah.
Q GIF. Anyway, the Vandals. I feel like our reception of the Vandals is sort of twofold, which is that A, they have a reputation of being pretty bad in AI games, and B, we're all still so jaded after what happened to Algeria and Libya last time that I think our expectations for Northern Africa are at an all-time low.
Well, yeah. There's just an issue. It's just. I've come to the realization that unless you are the Egypt Civ and you start in Cairo, chances are you are going to get curb stomped in North Africa. Because the Sahara is one of the worst starts ever. Like, some people would argue it's the Middle East. I would argue it's the Sahara Desert at any level. And I will be honest, I have seen the Vandals bumble their way to a strong position. But with so many civs and with two Sicilies right across the way, I just could not put them higher than... I think I put them 59th, actually.
You put them 51st. So it was Logical Not who has them in 32nd for some reason. But they originally had them in 6th, which is what's mentioned on the in the PR comments section. Fortunately, they not changed that ranking before the rankings went public.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I like.
I like to imagine it just skyrocketed down at least 10 points of deviation.
Probably did.
Yeah.
Give me those high deviations in Part 0. That's what it's all about, honestly.
Are the Vandals a little bit like the Northern African version of Paraguay, where they're basically just gonna get a city and then be like, well, fuck you to whoever they see first, and then just kind of suicide into whoever they figure is the best
Sadly,
person to die.
no, that's not what they're like.
No,
Unfortunately, they're not that aggressive.
They're
where,
very
like,
random
some
on
civs
who they
will-
declare war on. Like, sometimes they'll declare war on a big guy, sometimes they'll declare war on a little guy. From my experience, at least from what I've seen. That's why I call them the drunk barbarians. Yeah, actually, I put them 51st because I said, you know what, they might be able to kill something. But at the end of the day, they're just wildly inconsistent, and their military doesn't actually carpet all that often.
Also,
But
part of
you're
their
telling me.
problem is that some civs tend to play tall, some civs play wide, others go fat, lots of large cities. The Vandals go small, few cities, low population. It's not a very good strategy.
It's hard to get high up in the Sahara Desert. Hey, Scissor, we got Scissor
So what
here.
you're telling me then about the Vandals is if Kosovo and the Vandals both live long enough, then you'll end up seeing some really bizarre war declarations as a result of Kosovo.
Kosovo are
Vandal
just
AI.
worth one incredible world war per game. That's all they're there for.
But also good meme.
What server are we on?
We are on the Vandals. Also,
The
everyone,
Vandals.
You move to
our fifth power ranker that isn't, admin tier. We have Scissors, who is also returning alongside Lordie /Sky/Void for CBRX2.
Hey guys, what's it? I'm not going to be involved with the first couple power rankings, but I will be joining after I think the third. I am writing my LSAT, so that kind of takes priority. So
You'll know it was rejoined. It'll be about Part 3 when the deviations all increase by about 10.
Yeah.
I need.
And suddenly JMAn's 18th place Tahiti doesn't look so silly anymore.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Really an 18th place to heat.
listen, we'll get to it when we get to it. I would love to tell you guys about it. But let's move on to our next civ, which I believe is the Tuareg, the Vandals' neighbors. No,
Yeah, I mean,
it's
this-
not. It's the Dutch East Indies under Jan Cohen.
Right. We'll get to the Tuareg. The VOC. This is an interesting. Again, if you've seen any CBRs, you'll know that the civ that starts in Indonesia usually does absolutely terrible.
Unless
So,
it's Lan Fang.
we're not really expecting much. If you've seen the VOC in other AI games, they're pretty passive, and that's not what you want in Java. In Java, with that start, you need to be seafaring, you need to be expanding, you need to be settling those islands straight away, and we just don't see that happening. Is the long and short of it.
Yep. Side note, alongside New Netherland, the Dutch East Indies are the third Dutch civilization to enter a Civ Battle Royale, but the Netherlands, or even Belgium, thank you, Scissor, for following me. The Netherlands and Belgium have never been in a CBR.
Who was
A
the
bit
first?
strange. What was that?
Who was the first?
The first was the
The
Boers.
Oh, of course.
So all we have are just colonial Dutch.
Yeah. The colonial
I
Dutch.
mean,
are
if I
killing it.
remember
Just colony Dutch.
if I remember correctly, the Dutch got a Mark III nomination.
But Mark III has not happened, and we're not sure it's going to happen. Thank you for the follow,
Mark III is
Lordie.
a myth.
I mean, what's it?
One day.
William of Orange was the leader of the HRE for like a solid 2 parts.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah, he was. Is
I
that
was also going to say, to be fair, if we want to continue the colonial Dutch theme, my birds should be out by the time CBRX 3 comes along.
Oh, that's
Oh,
attractive.
that's very exciting. Good to hear.
And depending on my LSAT, and if I have time, I might do a Dutch India,
That's
depending on a couple of.
And
I also
if
have a design for the Netherlands Antilles, and most of the art's almost done. So
I suddenly learn how to code and get really good at creative writing, I might do my Dutch Far East Russia civ.
I do love that. Wait, what?
Dutch Far East Russia?
my
You're gonna
favorite
have to
head
elaborate on that.
You know that's a questionable statement when Cloudbird goes, "What?" You know, the Russian historian in the room.
You know, the Dutch Coral Island colony. You not heard of it?
isn't that Svalbard?
Dutch actually colonized Novia Zemlya, and they went all the way around the Arctic Ocean and found Novia Zemlya.
I mean, technically,
Go for
like
it, Lord.
Svalbard
Go
to an extent is actually a Dutch colony because like Barentsburg was the first port that was founded by the Dutch. So
Well, there you go.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, all the power rankers really want to make mods, and you know, not all of us are meant to do them, and most of us are really slow if we do end up doing them. An example, I have made 2, and it took 3 years to make both of them. So,
I've made 2, and it also took me 3 years.
I can just about read HTML.
Yeah.
I certainly can't write Python.
but
I've made no civs, and it took me 23 years.
Yeah, that's good.
but what
I have the opposite problem where I can like write Python just fine, but I can't do HTML for the life of me.
Yeah. Anywho, so I think we're all in agreement here that sadly Verenigde Oostindische Compagnie are.
Verenigde Oostindische Compagnie.
Yeah, thank you.
Damn.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Someone, I'm trying. Oh, hey, Senchi. Senchi's in the chat, people. Love that guy. Anywho.
The fact we've all chosen to talk about something else other than the VOC says more about the VOC than we ever could.
Yeah, well.
The VOC got into the bag. They don't even have the good meme. Like New Netherlands at least have the cool beavers and the amazing leader.
Yeah.
Like VOC are just in because the colonized memes.
Yeah.
Start making mustache memes like an episode.
I still mourn Srivijaya.
The only reason VOC aren't in is because no one's made the fucking Srivijaya mod yet.
Yeah. Well,
There is a Srivijaya mod.
There is now, but there wasn't in voting.
Oh, was it an actual vote?
Fair.
Yeah, I missed that. I mean, I've not been here for ages, in fairness.
but
It
but-
should be, because, right.
I wonder if anyone would notice if we just reskinned the VOC as Srivijaya.
everybody would notice why is there UU in a
Can we
different
start?
era.
Can we
Actually
start?
says-
Let's start the game again.
Yeah.
I was
Let's
like,
restart
guys,
voting.
you gotta stop saying bad things about VOC, or Senshi will leave, and we will lose a significant percentage of our current viewers.
Senchi just shared the mod
I like
in
the mod.
the chat, just to call us all rude, which we are.
I like the mod. I like the mod, but it's just such a hard start, and I just don't see them going anywhere with it. It's not their fault. If they started in like India, hey, maybe they'd achieve something. But
Yeah.
Third in India, that'd be hot.
oh,
Yeah.
Dutch Formosa, that could be a new Dutch colony mod.
Why don't we do the White Raj or whatever it's called? The dude who just was really crazy and settled, a white Borneo or whatever it was. I can't remember. Anywho, that civ exists in Civ.
Isn't that Sarawak? Yeah.
Yeah, but all right. Okay, Senshi. I'm sorry. Yeah. So anywho, let's move on from VOC because we're obviously not talking about them. Their start is bad. That's all you need to know. Tuareg under Tinhinan.
Oh, I really like the Tuareg.
I actually think they're gonna do a little better than 57th. I put them 30th.
I mean, I mentioned before that I think there's a lot of North Africa bias after Libya and Algeria were like two of the first civs to go out in CBRX1. And I think the Tuareg's low ranking reflects that. I think people just have such low expectations for this region now, where even aggressive civs like Algeria, who are very aggressive in their settling, and Libya, who did win some wars, still went out first. So I think that's probably the best explanation for what the Tuareg are doing, loitering down here. And to be honest, I don't have high expectations for them, but I am willing them on. I do like the Tuareg as a civ.
I do like their UA actually. The slowing down enemy units in desert. It
Yeah.
feels nice, at least in a battle royale, just because movement is so undervalued.
Yeah, I agree.
If somebody could pull up, actually, this is something we should have done earlier, but the roster for X2, and if anybody just feels like it's noteworthy to share their unique abilities, unique units, UTIs, UBs, if you guys want to read over that in case it comes up, feel free, because I can't look at that right now because I suck at setting up streams. So, but yeah, I ranked the Tuareg quite low. I think I actually ranked them lower than the Vandals, but I don't remember my rankings because I did them like over half a year ago. Yeah, I'm just not too confident in them. I'm so biased against the Sahara Desert this time around, especially after Songhai, when the Songhai were like one of the biggest nations right at the start and then just got curb stomped. They went the way of the Congo from Mark II.
So JMAn, you actually ranked the Tuareg 37th as opposed to 51st for the Vandals, and that was actually one of the higher Tuareg rankings.
I don't remember shit.
You're completely mistaken about where you put them.
My rankings aren't even factored into the slides.
I'm sure it made sense in my brain in the past. Okay, I think what Cloud is trying to say though is buy Tuareg stock. I know I'm gonna buy Tuareg stock. There was a reason why I put them at 37th. Just as how I can only really remember my Tahiti and Two Sicilies ranks off the top of my head, anyways.
I'm not sure we can tell
If there's anyone doing well.
That feels like inside trading.
Oh well.
I do have the.
Oop, Rosay, you broke off there.
No, I'm saying I do have like everybody's personal ranks up in a separate slide.
All right.
Yes. I mean, I also have forgotten the vast majority of my ranks. I'm not even entirely sure who I put first. It probably wasn't the civ that everybody else put first, because I was probably being contrarian.
You put
Yeah, I mean,
Sweden
same.
Sweden first, and that's pretty popular.
It wasn't that contrarian, no.
Yeah, that's very
Punjab first. Buy stonks now.
Oh, honestly, I love Punjab. Anyway, let's move on.
But yeah, insider trading is not too different from me. I mean, I do live in the United States. We saw what happened in February. Moving on to Tahiti under Piorea.
Should we get the elephant out of the room right now?
Go for it.
Defend yourself.
Okay.
Leader, warlord, chief.
So I ran 8 AI games featuring Tahiti that I never published, and they came in third, second, if not first every time amongst 20 other civilizations. And every time they spammed bazookas and they were on an island too, so it's not like they were, given an unfair advantage on TSL. They kicked everyone's ass. I don't know what else to tell you. I think they're really good, and I think people are underselling them, and I don't know why. I think they'll do great. I just think they'll do great.
There's a
Yeah.
difference.
I'll believe it when I see it.
The thing is,
That might have swayed me a little bit.
17th. The next highest ranking was 34th, so literally twice as high as the
That's
next one.
there's a decent difference between starting on an island outside a continent with 20 civs on, and starting on a maybe 3 tile island in the middle of the fucking ocean, surrounded by some of the fucking best AIs developed. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't see them getting the cities down. Is the long and short of it. I don't see them getting the production centers down. I don't know. I know their unique ability is especially sort of geared towards settling coastlines early, but at the same time, isolated cities on random coastlines, they're just fodder for whichever sits nearby. You're just gifting cities.
But
Exactly.
here's the thing. Here's where I see Tahiti doing well. I see Tahiti, if you have a mainland, let's say America, north or south, it doesn't matter, even central. If you have a mainland civ that's slow to settle, and Tahiti can get a settler just kind of like to pop up on the coast, and like actually set up to not just be like a treat for somebody, I think Tahiti can actually like make a play to get a foothold. Yeah, I
It
think
depends where they end up. Yeah, 100%. Like the ideal for me, I guess, is probably like Florida. Like if they end up in Florida, that's a great place because
they can.
They can't.
because there's no they can't. I thought it had to be. I mean, I thought they had direct ocean, which is what it needs.
No, there's because the Pacific is so split up this season that they can really only get to like South America and
Parts
Oceania.
of Asia and
Well, South
maybe
America is
Greenland.
terrible. Southeast Asia is not good either because
Like, if they like Central America,
Malacca.
See them beating the Olmecs. That's
yeah,
the one I'll throw in.
I will also be fair, this was before I knew how the map was going to be changed when I gave my rank. If I knew that, there would be far less ocean tile, then I probably wouldn't have put Tahiti so high. I would argue that anywhere that any continent that they could land on could have been a benefit, depending on where they landed. But
can their settlers pop over like multiple times, or do they just get like the one and done?
they can pop
No,
over so long
any
as they
number.
stay in ocean tile.
So we could potentially see like some really bizarre like not even island hopping, but like full on ocean hopping to get them up to, I don't know, Canada, somewhere like that, somewhere on the west coast.
I would be
Yeah, that's the
happy
thing.
that
If they end
happens.
up in Alaska, that could actually be like pretty good because the Dene are terrible.
You could just have
but-
a second Tahiti up there.
Yeah, we can just pull what happened in X1 and be like, oh, the U-pick.
I love the.
or
I
what
believed in
happened
the
in,
UPEG.
What happened
I
in
miss
that
the
one
UPIC.
season 2 test that got leaked, where Wales never founded any cities in the British Isles? They just settled all their cities in Africa and then lost their capital to Iceland and moved to Africa.
I thought we were going to reference that
Fantastic.
one glorious CBRX1 test when Nepal settled Australia.
Oh yeah.
Kimru Ambith.
I don't know. Nothing for me will beat my CBR, my original season 1 tests with good old colonizing Oman everywhere.
Never forget the glorious test where Haiti colonized half of Africa.
Oh yeah, fuck.
Forgot
Anyway,
about that one.
Anyway, I think Tahiti's been exhausted. We all understand, so just to reiterate to viewers who are a little bit confused, Tahiti's settlers are able to embark immediately. They're able to go into deep ocean, and when they go into deep ocean, they teleport to another random deep ocean tile.
Or they teleport to a random coast tile which borders that ocean.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's all good. It's a fun little Last Sword mod. Last Sword loved to play around with Lua, and I was always a big fan of it. I always wanted it to get in, and but if things don't work out, vote Bora Bora for CBRX3.
No, vote Rapa Nui just because they're cool
Just-
Civ.
Just one more note on Tahiti. I do think, and this is gonna be me doing my thing where I pick out really random parts of the civ design. I do think if they can, by some miracle, figure out a way to effectively get to Alaska or somewhere that's a little isolated in the Americas relatively early, and they get their unique building up, the production would actually be nice. And I'm saying Alaska specifically because of just like the shit food output in Alaska to allow them to get the extra production they need. Not that
It's a long shot.
their UB actually does. They get extra production for every turn without population growth. So
I mean, there's also the flip side where like we all have the idea of good Tahiti. There's also the chance they just like end up settling like Hawaii, instantly killing Lily and just actually having a good time.
That's true. Senshi Denshi comments Samoa is like built to be the cooked island civ that has absurdly high pop. Yes, also vote Samoa if you don't vote Bora Bora. I remember arguing a little bit that the entire Pacific Ocean should be a pick 2 region. I was voted out on that, but so I would have preferred if Bora Bora and Samoa could all be on the same game.
The whole world map should be a pick 61 region with absolutely no allowances.
You're
for,
just going to get like 50
place.
different European civs and then 5 Asian civs.
Exactly.
all of the
Vote
Asians
if you want a fun civ, vote Palau for CBRX3.
Oh, Palau.
Oh god.
One of the only modern Oceania civs that isn't in Australia. 61 pick 1 regions. I personally agree with Senshi.
No, I disagree, Senshi. I disagree.
I think that the majority of the regions should be pick 1, like the very clear majority, but I've always said that a couple here and there should be pick multiple, especially the Pacific, because I felt like not giving the 2 Pacific civs a little bit of food to chew on crippled them. But I don't want to get into that. I know that I'm going to drop that argument on a pin so that people like Cloudberg can't retort. And we're going to move on to Jerusalem under Baldwin III.
West Jerusalem.
And did those feet in ancient times. I was really hoping you'd all come with me there, in one big sing-along.
Why are we singing about England?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It was my school song for some reason, and we were in America and had no connection to England. It was a really bizarre thing.
You all don't know Jerusalem? The hymn, Jerusalem?
No.
I know the hymn, but I don't like it.
Oh.
Baruch Atai. I'm not Jewish.
The lyrics were written by William Blake, and he meant them as like a very satirical, like, wow, England fucking sucks. And then it was adopted as like, hey, England's great anthem, and he's rolling in his grave.
It's the unofficial anthem, yeah. It's the unofficial English national anthem after God Save the Queen.
Anyway, we're off topic. Jerusalem. Oh.
Why do we vote this one in?
I voted this one in. I like Jerusalem.
Why did we vote the cool one with like Baldwin IV and the cool mask?
Because
I think it was just because of the Day is Fault memes, honestly.
I personally voted for Baldwin III because I do like crusading orders. This is the crusading orders, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the concept of crusader orders. Also, I remember seeing Jerusalem in a Groundhog Day mark, and I thought, they were mid-tier and they were entertaining enough. Now that they have a little bit more room, I see them as a viable pick. I like watching knights going around and screaming Deus Vult for memes. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, that is basically why they're here.
There's also the Teutonic Order for both Jerusalem and the Teutonic Order.
Oh, yeah, I can explain that. So the Jerusalem's ability is that each of their cities gets assigned a crusading order, which confers certain unit abilities and tile and yields and things like that. And one of their crusading orders is the Teutonic Order, which is another civ in the game. So it's very confusing. It's like, is there one Teutonic Order? Or are there two?
I think it's like the two popes situation. They both claim to be the true Teutonic Order.
It's the Teutonic Order of Judea.
Teutonic Order and an Teutonic Anti-Order, something like that.
Wouldn't the Teutonic Order of Judea be the Teutonic Order?
Anti-Teutonic.
It's like the Teutonic Order, but like the spelling's reversed.
Love
What
it
about
if
the-
two Sicilies conquers both the Teutonic Order and Jerusalem to give us both two Sicilies and two Teutonics.
You mean
the
the
Teutonic
Teutonic
peoples-
orders?
They're the Teutonic People's Front, and the other one are the People's Front of Teutonia.
Yes. That exactly.
That was your one Monty Python meme for the night.
Oh no, there's gonna be more.
But yeah, I ranked Jerusalem relatively high compared to this position. I know I did. I know I ranked them higher than Bhutan at the very least.
Why would you put anyone higher than Bhutan?
I actually put Bhutan third to last, but we'll get to them when we get to them.
I'm
Oh, yeah,
surprised.
you put JMAn, you put Jerusalem 18th, which was by far the highest. The next highest anyone put them was 28th.
Okay, well that's less of a gap than my Tahiti rank, to be fair.
What's bizarre though is like, your Tahiti rank seems completely indefensible to me, and yet I can kind of see this one. I do like Jerusalem a lot. I don't resent them being in the game. I think they're a really interesting idea for Civ.
Yeah, they could just kill the Ptolemies straight away.
You know that people think I'm an idiot when Top Hat is going Jerusalem in 18th. Ah, ooh, that hurts.
It's such a shitty start. Like it's like I love the idea of the Civ. I'd like, but if they could start just fucking anywhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phoenicia, Canaan, that area. It's a bad starting location. We know that by now. And the Jerusalem Civ, they've been decent in AI games, but they've never been exceptional. But at the end of the day, the Ptolemies also aren't amazing. Hedjars aren't always amazing. If they can avoid getting curb stomped by
Hedjars are going to absolutely obliterate that area. Just so you're aware.
Oh, that's why I put them so high. They
in the entire game. Their AI history is basically like surviving until. If I had to guess, I'd say they're gonna survive to like they're gonna finish in like right in the middle, like 30th. They're not gonna do anything before finishing there either.
I just
Yeah, but
realized
they're
that's
still
probably
they're still
why.
like competent, and the Ptolemies are just not good. Jerusalem
Yeah,
are
exactly.
overly aggressive.
I don't think they're that aggressive.
Jerusalem are the first Civ in this ranking where I could see them carving out their way into being a decent sized regional power. Maybe the Tuareg as well, to be fair, but
Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out.
Jerusalem maybe more obviously a more obvious pathway. But at the same time, it would be a first for that starting location. It would be a first for that region. Obviously, Palmyra started nearby, but Palmyra also had a lot less neighbors to deal with. Had a much cushier surrounding area, and immediate neighbors like the fucking the Seljuks and Aman. Obviously, absolutely stalled out very early. But the two Israels of the CBR Marks 1 and Mark 2 were both obviously utterly appalling, and I think that's.
Oh yeah, I forgot also Kurdistan are like next door as well.
Oh
Kurdistan
yeah,
are, like,
Kurdistan
pretty
is a
good.
really good AI too. They've won a true start location AI game in the Middle East. So
Kinda hype for Kurdistan.
they're not to mess with.
I would argue that the reason why I ranked Jerusalem so high is, unlike Kurdistan, Jerusalem could actually have much easier access to Hejaz and the Ptolemies, and might, chew on them and just blob out in that area.
On the other hand, Kurdistan has great access to Jerusalem.
Yes, that is true, but Jerusalem is a better AI than the other two AIs I mentioned.
The other thing is Egypt and Arabia is bad land, like especially Arabia, but it's just not very good land to be conquering. They're not high production bases, so it's not even that useful. I could definitely see them eating those civs and then just completely stalling out in science as their population plummets and their production isn't high enough.
Well, that's what happened to Palmyra.
Yeah, it is exactly what happened to Palmyra, and Palmyra were very competent, so at least in the early game.
I will
see who's in 54th.
This is going to add to my argument. I shill Yemen for CBRX 3.
Nah, Himyar.
No, I'll vote for
Come on. I want the Himyar that basically just look like aliens. It's fantastic. I love the Civ.
I heard there's a Dillman coming. Is there not?
Oh, dude,
Yep.
I have a Dillman design, but if that, I mean, I guess I did start XML Skeleton, but it doesn't mean
Saba
shit.
are also pretty cool. I think Berbers, there was an argument to put them in the region as well.
Gedemo one though.
I do love Gedemo.
No, Saba's. There's a DMS Saba.
Oh, okay. I remember the lead. I don't mind the Gedemo Saba Civ, but the leader screen is fucking terrible for that one.
It's not Saba.
Anyway.
He made a Himyar, to be clear.
I love that Himyar is genuinely as a Civ. That Himyar is so good.
Let's move on to the next one. I think we're done with
AW is working on Dilmoon. I don't even know who Electric Boogaloo is, but he needs to let me know so that I can cry and be like, I was trying to do it. Teutons, under Hermann von Salza.
Oh, we moved
Why
from.
are they so low? Like legit.
Bad start in location.
I mean, I get that they're next to Sweden and Germany, who are two of the best.
Yeah, that's automatically not good. They're also
like
near USSR, who have a lot more room than.
I just don't think that Germany are gonna. For some reason, I'm just not convinced that Germany is gonna go straight for them, and I think Sweden are gonna be absolutely hamstrung by being stuck in Scandinavia.
Yeah.
Quite possibly. I mean, when I originally ranked, I put Sweden pretty high, but I think I'm gonna be, I'm probably gonna drop them, just because I think we originally overranked Sweden. It's like, yeah, their AI is really aggressive, but they're also right next to Germany, which is equally aggressive.
It depends on how things work out. I think that Sweden has a lot more land available to it than Germany does from the get-go. It depends on who blobs out faster.
But also Germany like won multiple Groundhog Day rounds, so we know that they are they're good from cramped starts.
I mean,
I mean, if we're gonna be entirely objective, Carl XII Sweden is possibly the single best domination AI that exists.
Can we claw it back to Teutonic Order? Because we'll talk about the.
Are they still broken? Did we fix the bug that every single Civ can buy Teuton's unique unit with faith?
I would hope so. Otherwise, it's going to be real awkward.
Deus Vult. Yeah, does anybody want to talk about that bug for a moment?
All gods will.
Yeah, so basically everyone, if you have a religion, you can just buy the Ritterbrüder. I don't know if it's a bug or a feature, but every Civ can buy at least in the release feature, you can just buy the Ritterbrüder.
They're just proselytizing their unique unit.
I don't know if the Civs actually do it, because I don't know if they buy non-religious spread units with faith. But I know they can. It's like, as a player, you can definitely buy the Teuton unique unit if they're in the game.
I would argue that the Teutonic Order are one of the first civilizations on this list that, they do have a chance to do really, really well despite their very, very low rank. Aside from my opinions about the Tuareg, apparently, that I had over half a year ago. In that the Teutonic Order, yes, they are sandwiched in between some of the most powerful civs in Europe. We also kind of just had this idea that Prussia would do even worse than the Teutonic Order. The Baltic Sea and Poland as a TSL is not as bad as it seems, and any civ that is slightly militaristic and can get the jump on another civ usually can do well. If they can get the jump on the USSR or Finland or maybe even Kosovo before they start a world war, maybe we can see the Teutons, really excel here. But it's yet to be seen.
Yeah, so JMAn ranked the Teutonic Order 14th.
Fuck! God damn it! What's wrong with me?
And the next highest ranking of them was 30th.
Gosh. It's a good thing you're the head, otherwise you'd have been fired years ago.
I think.
Also, don't the Teutons have really really weird colors now? Because apparently they clash too much with Iceland.
No, it's not that different from this.
Assume that they'd ever meet, but anyway.
I think I have a fucking brain issue. Jesus Christ.
Should we go to the next fellas?
Yeah.
I just don't say about the Teutonic Order.
Iceland under Christian Eldjarn.
We're doing a good
job.
job.
Hey, the civ that I came up with is an idea.
We're doing a good job of segueing here, segueing into the next ones.
Yeah, just saying, all right, we're done. Next.
This is a cool fucking civ. I love this civ thematically. I love this civ when it's based on historically. And the issue is that they're not that good compared to Iceland or the Faroes.
I mean, yeah, our Iceland will forever be living under the shadow of the iconic Mark II Iceland, of course. But even if it was the same civ, they'd struggle a lot more in this rendition, just on this map, because the huge base in Greenland, that's not there anymore. The comparatively puny civs in the British Isles, that's probably not going to be as easy to feast on anymore.
Llewellyn is not good. Like, I do not rate Wales at all, but like, I still think that Eljan is probably the best North Sea civ that could be voted outside of the Faroe Islands. So
I will say that I know next to nothing about Christian Eljarn's Iceland other than the Cod Wars unique ability. Can somebody read the unique ability word for word for me real quick?
Yeah, give me just a sec.
I'm actually on it right now. The unique ability is the Cod Wars. Workboats may build improvements on neutral territory, claiming the tile once completed. Sea resources yield culture when worked.
Just so everyone's fully aware, the Cod Wars were a genuine series of conflicts between Iceland and the United Kingdom, not in like the 1400s, but in like the 1970s, over fishing rights. Exactly one fatality was recorded, which was a fisherman who got kind of accidentally kicked off his boat. And Iceland won dramatically.
Despite suffering 100% of the casualties.
Yeah. Probably the only
and having like something like a 1/100th of the naval manpower of the UK.
Yeah.
That sounds suspiciously like the Pig Wars between the Pig War between the U.S. and Canada.
And we should say it wasn't actually a war. There was
no. Neither was this.
The war was declared. Like it was an official war, but
it was lots of boats stationing and looking at each other grumpy.
Yeah, Top Hat says, imagine being literally the only person to die in your war. I'd be so embarrassed. And I would say to that, you wouldn't actually be anything because you'd be dead.
I am going to mention that I think where Iceland shines is the fact that they can create border gore in any sea tile if they actually take advantage of it, but that's if they take advantage of it.
They tend to be okay about it. They're not as bad as like the old Berbers, which were broken and just put tiles everywhere, but they're pretty okay.
Yeah, I think it's going to be all right. I don't think they're militaristic civ. When I first ranked Iceland, I think nobody had seen what they were like. But watch, somebody's gonna be like, "Well, JMAn, you ranked them 32nd." And I'm gonna be like, "Well, fuck. I guess I just need to shut off the PRCast."
Well, actually, it's going to be Lax who's on the spot this time. Because, Lax, I know you were criticizing Iceland just a minute ago, but back in September, you ranked them 14th.
Oh, gosh.
Now...
In fairness, again, I had not...
Now my Teutons doesn't seem too bad.
I had not
no, there's a reason for your Teutons that we'll get to much, much later.
I wouldn't rank them that high now, knowing that Greenland has been shrunk significantly. One thing I will say about Iceland that still holds an advantage for them is that they're presumably going to be decently naval focused, given they don't have many tiles to build land units on anyway. And there aren't any other major naval civs in the region that I can think of.
There are no major naval civs in the Atlantic.
So Iceland, I think, if they do focus on that naval game and get that up and running, I do genuinely think they do have a chance of building something Ingolfer
with the neutrals and New Netherlands probably going to go like south.
Yeah, New Netherlands.
I think we could have the same thing with what Iceland did, which was settling Greenland, because the Dene aren't going to come that far east.
Oh, I think they'll settle. Like I say,
yeah, I don't think that anyone's actually going to set, because like X1 Canada settled Newfoundland and none of it, but I don't think either neutrals or New Netherland will.
I think if the neutrals might. I think if Greenland was was anything like the production base that it once could be, then I would probably give this Iceland as much of a chance as Ingolfer, and I would say that Ingolfer was an underdog for a reason. We didn't expect Ingolfer at the start of the game to be a powerhouse, but and I think the odds of that happening were still quite low. It just did occur, and I think I would give this Iceland the same kind of odds if they had that power base to build from originally. But yeah, Iceland, the island itself, it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, I would still, for anybody, just a little bit of a stockbot opinion. I do think people should invest stock into Iceland because even though they rank 53rd here, I do expect them to survive for a long time. I think any island civ is expected to survive for a decent amount of time, and Greenland is defensible in the sense that nobody will reach it quickly. So
that's why I have 100 Iceland shares.
Good to know.
I'd agree with that. I think Iceland is. I don't think Iceland's going to go away for a while. Could be very wrong, but I just don't see who takes them out. That's more the issue.
It's like
exactly. Like
it's not going to be Wales.
Yeah, it's not going to be. Who's going to do it?
it's not going to be Wales. It's not going to be New Netherlands. It's not going to be Dene. It's not going to be probably not going to be the neutrals.
It's going to be two Sicilies, obviously. Also,
It's going to be
It's going to be Tahiti.
Germany. Germany, I'm telling you.
So I also want to share, since she wrote, Newton's third law dictates for every civ JMAn ranks absurdly high, there must be one he ranks absurdly low, and we'll get into the USSR eventually, Senshi. That's all I want to say.
Germany.
I ranked Germany very high. What are you talking about? They were in the top 10 in my rankings.
No, they're not. You have them 21st.
Oh.
Which is second lowest.
Plays the Teutonic Order ranking.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
you
want to
put them
beat
below the
myself.
Teutonic
I want to flagellate myself.
JMAn, were you high when you did these?
Well, I was thinking, like, the only excuse I can make right now is saying, oh, I think I was high on really strong painkillers back when I had, like, a root canal, and it was the most painful thing ever. And I must have...
Oh, yes.
I must have
rank.
still been on my Percocet at that point, so...
Yeah. I ranked all of mine on a bad acid trip, so that explains a lot of mine.
All right.
Good acid trip with Lax when.
So let us move on. We're done with Iceland. We talked about the Dene, but now it's time to talk about them for real. Dene under Thenadelther.
The Dene fucking suck.
We are segueing well.
We're like, they not gonna do anything.
Oh, why are the Dene higher than Iceland? How is that defensible?
Probably because they just have more stuff to settle.
Yeah, basically.
Yes.
But they won't. They'll settle like 2 cities and die.
Yeah, more stuff to be conquered anyway.
But also, given the amount of deviation, whether a civ ends up in 53rd or 52nd is basically noise.
Oh, I know, but it's just...
Yeah.
It's unfair. It's unjustified. The Dene do suck.
The Chinook are going to eat the Dene, and that's all that's going to happen.
And
we can move on.
Yeah,
Actually-
I will share my quote. If the Dene don't get curb stomped, I will resort to alcoholism. I made a lot of alcoholism jokes, a bunch of which did not get shared.
Are you okay? Should we be worried? Should we be contacting the city?
Boom, boom, boom. Come on, Thenadelther! Boom, boom, boom. Score some fucking goals, says JDT.
Damn.
Did anybody watch?
There's actually a full 2 real rank difference between Dene and Iceland, so it's not even. I mean, I guess it's noise with deviation, but it's like it's more than like they're like close.
Criminal, I tell you.
Oh, Senshi's the Uzo police now, calling out my Greek heritage and being like, yeah, he's gonna be an alcoholic no matter what.
Uzo fucking rules. Love Uzo.
I'd be interested to meet the Uzo police.
I've never drank Uzo.
Uzo's a top tier spirit. I really like it. It gets a lot of flack. I don't get why. It's so yummy.
Alright, how many of the PRs can we get to the UK before the CBRX2 finishes?
Well, it depends on how long this pandemic goes on for, I guess.
I think.
And
I think
COVID. The real question on that.
I think by the Brexit deals are all worked out, we'll have constructed a 100-foot wall around the entire island.
Since we've basically just shit all over Dene's reputation, do we at least want to talk about their uniques? Just to be like, oh, but they're cool. Look, they have the sacred drummer.
No, but I do want to say
Culturally, they're interesting and they're a cool civ to play as. Shit.
I don't think we need to waste more time with them.
They're
I think
unique.
Dene. I just want to say Dene has the best leader screen of any civ in CBRX.
Yeah, she is.
That's true. That is valid.
I mean,
Like their colors.
Thenadelther is cute AF and has an amazing background.
All right. Well, let's.
And the icons, the Dene icons.
pretty fucking
I
good.
will be making Phil Collins jokes about the Dene the entire season.
All right. Let's move on from the Dene over to.
Wait, before we move on from the Dene, can I
okay.
can I just mention? I swear this will be short. Can I just?
Yeah,
mention
go
the
for it.
highest
Go for
rank
it.
that they
Go
have?
for it. Go for it.
The highest rank is a 16.
Is it me?
Oh yeah, someone put the Dene 16.
I'm pretty sure it's
Who
not
is
me.
this?
I remember putting them very low.
Who is this?
I'm not at the stream
It's
right now.
thy.
It's who?
Thy.
Yeah, it's thy.
Oh, thy. Sorry, I kept hearing bye.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who?
Anywho,
I know.
mo-
Reformer, god damn it, though, Reformer.
moving on to one of my favorite civs, which I think I ranked in the 40s. Georgia under the Dragon Slayer Tamar, the greatest Georgian queen of all.
I inexplicably hate Georgia for no real reason.
I love Georgia because I really valued their role in flipping both the presidency and the Senate in the
Yeah,
elections.
same.
Well, I'm standing Georgia right now, man.
Wait a
Those
minute.
are
Basically.
opinions about Georgia, but I like the idea.
I'm always a shill
Do you think-
for the Caucasus civs. I
do you
really
think it's
love
worth
Armenia.
the
I love.
Caucasus civ?
I love the Caucasus except Georgia. Like Abkhazia is awesome. The Allans are awesome. Just I really hate Georgia.
Khazaria is great as well. I don't hate Georgia. I like that we got a little Civ 6 kind of Civ creeping in there. Nice bit of crossover. And yeah, the issue is as usual, the Caucasus is another starting location that we've never seen a good Civ spring from. Obviously, its most iconic resident has been Armenia. Who
I would challenge you on that statement you just made because in there was a battle royale that was done last year on the on Civ AI games where it was a true start location game. Abkhazia won. It's basically the same start location as
Oh,
Georgia.
okay.
But
thing is,
Abkhazia
Abkhazia
good
actually
and Georgia
has
are
good AI,
not.
and Georgia doesn't. Georgia's gonna turtle.
I missed that.
I did shill Greater Armenia quite a bit, and I'm sad they're not in here.
The Allans are pretty much my favorite Civ for AI games. I'm really sad they're not in.
We never talk about the civs. We just talk about how much we didn't want them in here.
Well, that's
I
just
mean, with the
bottom,
Dene, like if we, to be fair, it's like with Dene, we didn't talk about. There's no really better Civ that we could put there. They're just bad.
Yeah.
With Georgia, they're just bad, and there's so many
I
cool
mean,
options.
I mean, we
Yeah.
could have arguably put the Tlingit in there, but you know,
The Kree.
the Kree. Oh, they were in the Kree voting region. You're right. The Kree would have been
But the
awesome.
Kree are boring, and like
We're in the same-
we're in MK3. Georgia were in MK3 too. Like, come on.
Anyway,
But I'm fine with these drummers.
anyway. Georgia. Yeah, they've got turtle written all over them, and they'll do
Yeah, I
well
don't
at
think
it.
we have much more to say about them. They're gonna be a turtle, and like we pretty much all agreed on that.
If
They're going to be killed by either the USSR or maybe Kurdistan.
It's the Kurds. The Kurds will kill them. They're on the Kurdish side of the Caucasus, so it'll be the Kurds that kill them.
I think I
They
just
don't have the mountains.
Oh, we all started talking and then all shut up.
Does
think
the-
it was
does
like a
Georgia-
miss.
And once again, does Georgia not have the mountains to protect them?
There's some.
They do, but like the high. I'm just talking about real life now. The high crest of the Caucasus, where the Elbrus is and stuff, that runs over the north of Georgia. So presumably that means they're easier to attack from the south.
I will share just as a reminder for our viewers because JDT asked. Currently in the PRCast is myself, JMAn, Admiral Cloudberg, Lacsirax Ariscal, Msurdej, Rosay, Scissors, shaggysnorlax, in skies / Lordie / Void.
Is it Msurdej or is it Msurdej?
It's Polish, so
It
it's
is
silent
Msurdej.
day.
Gotcha. Anyway, does anybody want to expand on Georgia? Because otherwise, I'll just keep waxing lyrical.
No, can we just move on?
They've got a
Yeah,
really
let's go
cool. They've got a really cool UA name, and if they build forts, which they probably never will, they'll do okay. Moving on to New Netherland under Peter Stuyvesant.
Beavers.
Wait. Can we just talk about Georgia uniques for a second? One more time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
They get free citadels with a castle. That's all I have to say about that.
Okay.
Is that something?
It's
All right.
pretty
Pretty
good.
good, to be fair. They're a turtle Civ. They are built a turtle.
Yeah.
I just think it's neat.
That's why I brought it up.
But unlike other good turtles like Afghanistan, they're not in a good region to turtle on because they can just be navally obliterated by anyone who takes the Black or Caspian Sea.
Oh fuck yes! It's a remote day
mean,
at school
capital's in London.
tomorrow. I don't have to drive an hour to work. Everybody celebrate. Okay, moving
Hooray!
on. Moving on to
Anyway.
Van's. I don't know if this was the second Civ he released or the first Civ he released. I had a hand in the design of the art for Peter Stuyvesant's New Netherland, which is I recommended the color scheme
Beavers.
and like a little bit of the alpha. Didn't even personally do it, but yes, New Netherland.
Peter
Beaver time.
Stuyvesant is the coolest leader in the game. Can I just say, like, of the leaders in CBRX2, Peter Stuyvesant is the coolest IRL leader.
I mean, the dude looks like and is built like an absolute Chad. What can you expect?
Yeah,
He has a big leg.
from Pocahontas. Does anyone else see that?
No.
I can see it. I can see it. Yeah.
I know sweet shit all about this guy. What did he do?
Yeah, enlighten us.
Did he?
As far as I'm aware, he did a lot despite having like one arm and one eye.
And one leg.
Like God Savior of the British Empire, Admiral Nelson. Hurrah!
Yeah, people nicknamed him Peg Leg Pete. I'm pretty sure I remember that.
So he got that achievement in Crusader Kings 2. Got it. So yeah. So what we've noticed about New Netherland is that they probably have a very similar AI to the Dutch East India Company. The main difference is their starting location. Aside from their uniques, Peter Stuyvesant settles a bit, and in a test they sandwiched the neutral nation with their cities, but overall we've just seen them kind of laze about. They're not really aggressive. They kind of roll over and die.
Yeah,
as far as I've seen.
There was one
Usually to the
test
neutrals.
where the New Netherlands settled two parallel lines of cities on either side of the neutrals, and just hovered over them menacingly.
Sandwich formation.
Yeah.
I mean, New Netherlands are bound to be a popular civ. I assume every single resident of New York State who watches the CBR is going to be somewhat supporting New Netherlands, and I imagine that's quite a few people.
As a former New York resident, I am supporting New Netherlands.
I mean, there you go. Exactly. Case in point.
I think the thing with the Netherlands is that we might as well just call them the neutral Netherlands at this point.
I think
That might be a little confusing.
I will say my first major paper that I published in a newspaper, just a portion of it, did have to do with the New Netherland. And so for the sake of the memory, I am going to support the New Netherland and then watch them inevitably die. I do not recommend...
I think they're a really cool civ.
Super
but
cool.
I don't think they're going to do well.
I do not recommend buying stock in New Netherland because there is a very good chance that they'll die early on, and you don't want pie in the face if they die.
Shall we fling on to the next one?
Yeah. Let's move on. We are going to the funny Greek swear civ Malacca under Mansur Shah.
Funny Greek swear?
Malacca. I shared a video of this on the Reddit to point it out, but Malacca in Greek roughly translates to champion masturbator.
Nice.
It is a common insult to tell someone that all they do all day is masturbate, and so that their opinion shouldn't be listened to.
I mean, to be fair, if you're going to be an expert in something, it might as well be something
Was
fun.
that like an Olympic sport or something?
Well, yeah, there's a big joke.
Greek economy crashed.
Malacca. I'm surprised Malacca are this low. I kind of get why. Again, it's not a nice starting location. But I've not really seen anything to suggest they're a bad AI. I think they can do a decent job. And then
They
next
get
to
naval buff, which means that they can't settle in Indonesia.
Yeah, I bought a bunch of Malacca shares because I think we ranked the VOC so low because we think between them and Malacca is going to win out. But then if Malacca takes over the VOC, they're going to be a lot higher than 49.
I think where most of the contention was why Malacca was placed low probably has a lot to do with the fact that they're pretty sandwiched in their start. Like, they start in the Malaysian peninsula, and
This is definitely true.
The Dutch East Indies are already, in Indonesia, and then we have is it Laos and Vietnam? Or some
Laos and Vietnam, yeah.
I actually think Laos Vietnam is going to be a pretty deciding conflict for Malacca's future. If that gets settled early on and one of those two civs conquers the other pretty early, which definitely could happen, that's going to make it really hard for Malacca to spread out. On the other hand, if Vietnam and Laos both grow to be decent-sized civs, Malacca could definitely get a start on Laos, especially in a coalition war with Nam as well, and really make a name.
I think the other thing is that which they will, Malacca stuck in the Malaysian type peninsula, and all it takes is one city from either Laos or Vietnam to just completely kill them. They might not even get a second city if they don't get the naval buffs, because I'm pretty sure we didn't give Malacca the island advantages, which means that they can't settle Indonesia. Do they?
I'm pretty sure they do.
have it? They can settle.
Optics, because otherwise there's so little. They're on the end of such a long, skinny peninsula that's like it wouldn't really be fair.
So yeah, we're probably gonna end up having Malacca on Surabaya then, rather than on Malaysia, which I guess could lead to them beating out the VOC.
Yeah, I mean, I really see Malacca doing a lot better than their current ranking. I don't know. I certainly don't see them as being like a likely long-term strong contender, but I would be more expecting to see them finish in the 30s and 20s than down there in 49th.
Oh yeah. Also, it's JMAn ranked jamming time. JMAn had the highest Malacca rank, at 23rd. Not as extreme as some of the others, but he was the highest. So I figured I would mention that.
I do think at the end of the day, a civ that has a naval focus and such a naval where it's very necessary to have a militaristic navy might do better in the region just to have more land. But I'm trying to reason with what was definitely painkiller brain at the time. So yeah, I mean, well, I'm not so bullish on Malacca, but I'm not saying that they're going to get absolutely destroyed. I think
you're also not the only one who was fairly confident in them, because Aaron put them 27th and Lax, you put them 28th.
Yeah, like I said, I feel a lot more confident on Malacca. I think.
Yeah, I think they'll go up.
Yeah,
hopefully, because I invested in them.
So it's the opinion of some power rankers that you buy stock in Malacca.
Maybe I'm biased because I think they're a cool civ. Love the colors.
I also just really like Orange, who made them. So yeah. I stan her, so I stan Malacca.
Rhea, you cool as fuck, girl.
Definitely support. Should we go to the next one?
Yeah, sure.
Oh shit, I accidentally Bhutan under Jigme Sigye Wangchuk.
Funny surname leader.
How are Bhutan so high? I don't
hell of a civ.
All right, I do remember exactly where I ranked Bhutan, and it was 59th. So you guys can't blame me this time.
The Bhutan civ ball is the best one I've ever seen.
Yeah, actually, JMAn ranked Bhutan 60th.
Oh well,
even lower. Where did I rank them?
They're going to live for a long time. That's you can't really rank them last. They'll probably outlive basically everything. They'll probably end up being in the fucking top 10 because they just won't die.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
Nepal all over again.
Where did I rank them, Clouds?
Where did you put them? Let's see.
He put them at 60th, actually.
So Lax put Bhutan 52nd.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It's not that much different from where they are here, really.
I think my gut feelings on the thing is about Bhutan is I find it difficult to imagine their AI, because in my head I just go, oh, it's Bhutan. Well, of course they'll be really peaceful.
No, they're actually hyper aggressive. No, I'm just kidding. Their AI is really peaceful.
Yeah, of course it is.
They're also not. They're also not often settling cities. There is a comment where I saw a test that wasn't released where Bhutan had 5 cities, and I almost shit my pants. I was like, there's no way that they settled 5 cities.
The other thing that's on my mind about Bhutan is just the proximity of Punjab and Vietnam and Laos and all these other pretty decent civs.
But they won't kill Bhutan because Bhutan have so much happiness and trade potential and benefits of the civs. It's the same with Tibet. They just won't die because they make friends with everybody.
Yeah, I mean that's all they've got going for them. Why are they in the game? You should have all voted for Parla. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even Pala. I mean,
Oh,
The place of
Don't Dali come into that region now?
Am I crazy, by the way, or is there no Bangladesh Civ?
No,
No.
there actually isn't.
Don't
The
think we
closest
do.
you get is
See,
MC Gandhi starts in Kolkata, and that's about it.
That's not Bangladesh.
Why? It's also not in Bangladesh.
It's a huge gap.
It's the closest civ to the region.
No,
Sheikh
Pala is
Mohammed.
literally starts in Bangladesh.
The Sheikh Mujib
Oh, right,
Bangladesh
shit.
is
Yeah.
the most important thing about Bhutan is that it opens up the rest of India for Chola.
And and more importantly, Punjab, who are
Yeah.
I really
Go
like.
on.
I just like them a lot.
So instead of having like a really contested India like we had in CBRX, and then like a dead India that we had in Mark II, we might actually have like an India where Empire is able to consolidate.
All right.
I
Well,
like someone in the chat said as MRN2 Electric Boogaloo. I don't know who that is on Discord, but said Bhutan did an amazing in an AI game I ran once. They were the only person on the whole continent, but that's beside the point.
all right.
So yeah, if all the other civs just get deleted, Bhutan is gonna do well.
Bhutan easy 5th place. So that's a JMAn promise rank. Anywho,
As the resident Benin fan here, I do have to point out the unique improvement Bhutan has, where they just get extra defense and can turtle with their unique improvement. So if they can spam their unique improvement like Benin was spamming theirs in the season,
Isn't that the one that has a mildly amusing name?
it's
called the Zong.
It's not the song, right?
Ratio Zongers, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Also,
Admittedly,
of
I don't
note-
know why I did this, but I had Bhutan in the upper 20s.
A bunch of people did actually.
I think a lot of that might have to do with survivability, even though we have seen that the Himalayan civs don't usually do well, even though I still swear to God Nepal was a fluke. The Himalayan civs do survive for a very long time, partially because of mountains, and on top of that, Bhutan, of all the civs, of all 3 of those civs, is arguably the most defensive. The Dapon Archer, which does not obsolete, it increases the range strength of adjacent ranged units, so that automatically is like, well, if they get into info era and they have a Dapon sitting next to name a ranged unit, it's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, same like with the Nexus and stuff. Like, if you basically if you build them and have them as your garrisons, you'll have just the fact that they can have like something like 5-tile artilleries just as soon as they hit modern is bullshit.
But I will also say, if anybody put Bhutan in the 20s, you guys can no longer judge my 17th Tahiti.
Yeah, so four people actually put Bhutan between 19th and 23rd, and then everyone else had them in the 40s, 50s, or 60s. Oh, except Aaron had them in the 30s. Never mind. But, yeah.
Should we go on to the next one?
Yeah, now we're going to talk about our West Coast surfer bros on Wales or whatever. It's Tongva under Toy Arena.
It's Tongva time. There you go.
Yeah.
No one else needs to say it.
That's the only reason
Alright,
they're in.
so
They are
let's
only
get
in
it out of
because
the
of
way.
Tongva time. California for CBRX3. Come on, make it happen.
I mean, I voted for Tongva based on Senchi's recommendation, actually, because California, that region, is really hard to vote for.
Yeah, there's now a couple more civs there, thankfully. Like Yokuts are there, and the new one that Orange is making now there.
Pomo?
Mogollon, I think, is in that region.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pomo we didn't put in because they would crash the game.
Yeah. Well, that was
they
the
were
reason why
but-
I
but-
originally voted for Tongva, was just that, Pomo, yeah, I didn't realize that their Lua would stall the game just like how Madagascar would. And yeah, I also do think Tongva is really great, and, it's a super cool culture. It's probably a really good civ all in all. It's a culture civ. I love culture civs because I always feel like culture civs have a lot of love put into them. And
Yeah.
it also helped that the civ ball of it riding the whale was fucking rad and cutie as fuck.
Yeah.
I think the main issue is that there's no militaristic civs in the region. It's just going to be whoever Rio Grande goes after first dies.
Yeah, and also on top of that, like that region is just not a good place to start. I mean, it's mostly desert. There's not a lot of food, and it's pretty dense hills and mountains, and it's just not a great combination that leads to success. I mean, I don't think they're going to be one of the first civs out just because it's kind of hard to conquer them. But I don't see them really going anywhere.
And you're actually
Greg-
from California,
Greg
so
picked me.
this is very accurate information.
Greg pinged me about Tongva. He said to tell everybody that they're gonna look shit for 5 episodes, and then they're gonna conquer Western America.
Yeah, watch. We'll have another Apache situation. I want to share with the rest of the stream, by the way. I put Apache very low in part 0, and everybody called me crazy. And where are those people now? Where is the judgment now, guys?
Well, I don't
think
even
we're all
remember
still
where
here.
Hello.
what place Apache ended up in. It was like 30th or something.
But it wasn't that bad.
No, I know they made it to Endgame.
They made
Yeah,
it to
but they were the
Endgame.
first civ out in Endgame. I'm pretty sure.
First
So-
of all, Endgame was no, that was the Camos,
Oh, okay, they were second civ out in Endgame.
maybe. Yeah, I mean, the Tongva. Next.
Next.
Yeah. Next.
All right, so we talked about the Tongva. Now it's everybody's favorite. Skimruambith, Wales under Cloghellan.
Cymru.
Why do we only put in
Cymru
bad
am-
civs into the British Isles?
Why do we need to
I
put
actually
what? Sorry?
named a slide in the upcoming episode Cymru am Byth.
Wales deserve to be in because
No, they don't.
they do because in the first CBRX voting they drew with Isle of Man in the Condorcet voting, and we just put Isle of Man in because they showed up as being the ones who were first. But if you do it properly with how the Condorcet votings meant to go, I think Wales should actually have been in first place. So they should
Yeah,
have been.
but like this is the worst Wales. Like, why was this even in the voting when the Owen Glendower one is just a?
Oh, I agree,
It's
I
just a
voted for
better
him.
version of this Wales.
I mean, I voted for the AKA.
Yeah, but also,
I mean, to be fair,
Owain Glyndŵr is like famous for founding one city and just not going any farther than that.
I mean, I
Well,
wouldn't. No, he's not
Llewellyn
famously
is,
famous for what's it? He's famous for being unreadable and completely
Oh
unintelligible.
well, also,
because
oh
his
yeah, but we
cannot see his
changed plenty
colours.
of civ's colors. That wouldn't have been an issue.
It should have been Boudicca. It should have been the Akani. I don't even.
No, it should have been fucking Henry VIII because he's one of the or like even some
Very cool.
modern Britons because there's like 3 okay civs.
I seem
Actually, from what we've seen of Royale the Greats, Daniel O'Connell Island is probably the best civ to pick in a
I
British
seem
Isles
to remember
these
Henry
days.
VIII winning an AI game quite a while ago. Pretty good one if I remember.
Yeah, O'Connell's good. The Picts are obviously really good, but they're really old, not very well updated civ.
No one remembers my 10-year-old AI games.
George V is usually shit, but is occasionally insane. Victoria, I fucking hate, but she's a good AI.
Charles II would have been the party king.
Yeah,
Horrible
except the
hatred.
mod causes crashes.
The point is,
Wessex,
got
the new
Llewellyn.
Wessex would be cool.
We got Llewellyn. They're the last of the 3 countries that make up Great Britain to be included. I don't know. I like Wales. It's a beautiful country. So like part of me wants them to win just because I've been on a lot of nice holidays there.
How do we still not have like a Gwyneth or a Powys civ?
Yeah, that's a good
You
question.
know?
There's
Well,
a
I'm
couple
rooting
civs in the
for-
British Isles that, arguably should have representation, but I think at the end of the day, the reason why people voted in this version of Wales over the other version of Wales is because Llewellyn is a lot more iconic of a Welsh hero.
It's because he's got 2 L's in his name, so he looks more Welsh.
yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
even- That's the truth.
You can't read his name, so he looks more Welsh.
No one's heard of Llewellyn.
Llewellyn
No one
is
who's voting on this. I haven't heard of Llewellyn. I'm British.
Ah, well, that's funny because I know who Llewellyn is, but
I've never, genuinely, I know Owen Glendower way more than I know Llewellyn.
Yeah, Llewellyn is not well known in Britain.
oh,
You
that
might-
is true, Darth Robes. Yeah, I think that that's true too. Like a lot of people will vote for a civ based on name. Darth brings up a good point. I don't think Robespierre, for example, should have won when Clemenceau was a much better option. But people want Robespierre for head cutting memes, and you
Yeah,
know.
that's all valid. Like, if that's gonna make more people support a civ, I understand that. I can get behind that, even if
Yeah, it's a
disappointing.
cool civ, but like British Isles is as shitty, is like one of the worst TSLs, and even though Wales are actually a pretty okay civ, they're still hamstrung by the fact that they have a terrible, terrible TSL.
Can
I'm a
I
fan of the Manx last season. I thought they did alright, given where they started.
can I pivot away from trashing them?
But
for
the
a moment?
Manx also the Manx also had a civ right next to them they could eat.
Can I pivot away from them a little bit and say that they are higher ranked than the Manx or Scotland were in Season 1, Part 0.
But that's because we knew Robert the Bruce was fucking dog shit.
There is no good. I would repeat, there
Manx
is
started
no
on
good,
a
and there will
top.
never be a good Scottish AI, apart from the pigs.
Yeah, I want the Picts really badly,
Caligus
by
is
the way.
great.
Oh, Caligus, come on.
Yeah, I will, before we move on, I will remind anyone who joined after I last mentioned it that in one of that what I'm hoping is that Wales does again what it did in one of the league test runs and just settles all their cities in Africa and then just fucks off there and abandons their capital to Iceland.
Yes, Welsh Africa memes. Boot up
I mean,
EU4 and start
exists
the
in real
nation
life. It's not that
customizer.
far-fetched.
But
Do you know that Sierra Leone have more native Welsh speakers than Wales does?
No, I did not know that.
I made that up. Made that fact up. It's not true at all.
Yeah, I know.
There is unironically a first language Welsh.
I wish it was true.
also,
It's
a
called
fun fact.
It's called like E. Clenfo, and it's like eastern coast of Argentina. There's a Welsh community.
It's why the Argentines play rugby. The Welsh brought it there as well.
Fun fact of the day, by the way: 25% of Welsh people speak Welsh, while less than 10% of Scottish people speak Scottish. But I think we should move on from Wales because
I
we're
mean,
just going to.
that's also because Scottish Gaelic isn't as widely spoken compared to like Scots, which is pretty widely spoken but isn't counted in a lot of
Also,
surveys.
Scottish Gaelic was basically dead, and they tried to revive it. Wales never died. Welsh never died.
Yeah, Welsh is
Scottish Gaelic's only spoken in the islands.
Yeah, it's going to be spoken in the Hebrides, whereas Welsh is genuinely spoken in most of North Wales.
Well, either
Guys,
way,
I gotta hop off now. We'll hopefully talk to you all again soon, and can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, see you later.
See you later, Msurdej.
Go to sleep.
Do widzenia. Anywho, let's not get a big head about. Let's not get a big head about Welsh facts because we have another big. Oh, who's leaving? I made a good joke and nobody could hear it. Anywho, big heads, Olmex.
I like that joke. I just didn't know where it was going.
I had a feeling where it was going.
The Olmex. Gosh, Central America. I feel like we're just counting down the seasons until Teotihuacan is the only civ left in that voting region, and we'll finally be voted in, and finally we'll have a good Central American civ. That's all I have on the Olmex.
I like the Olmex. I'm gonna just sit on my high horse for a sec. I think they have a chance because North America, like they're in on North America, assuming like Tahiti and Jamaica and like none of the memes actually happen. If the Olmecs can like get off their asses and start moving north, I think they have a really good shot at taking North America. It's an underdog shot.
I'll just say, okay, you're unmuted. It's fine.
Jamaica's gonna murder him.
I ranked Olmecs quite a bit higher than most of you, I think, but part of that has to do with, to me, Olmecs are like the Korea of Mark II in CBRX2, where they are a science-focused civ, and I think, a science-focused civ with so much land available to them, it really benefits them. I think they really have a good shot, especially considering that their closest neighbors are Tongva and Jamaica, and their I guess Rio Grande, but their most dangerous neighbor is Gran Colombia, and Gran Colombia is going to be dealing a lot with South America this season.
I think, so for the record, JMAn had the highest Olmecs at 27th, but only barely because I had them 28th.
And I had them 31th.
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 One.
What did you say my rank was for them? I'm sorry, I blanked because I was reading chat.
27.
Yeah, I think they're going to do very good.
Like the Joplin died.
Senchi says Gran Colombia never gets past Panama. That's a spicy take, but I can.
True of real life Gran Colombia as well.
Oof.
Yeah, wow, good pun, or good reference, funny reference.
Thanks, that's all I'm here for.
You're here for more than that. You're here to make fun of me for my dumb fucking ranks, apparently.
Can I just say that I love the Venus cycle in game?
But yeah,
I love Venus.
I think Olmecs have a very good chance of just pushing out. I wouldn't count them out. I would personally buy stock in them. I think they'll survive for quite a while, especially when we remember Jamaica exists as their closest neighbor.
Yeah, I bought Olmec stock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they're fading away, but I don't know.
So, I have a suggestion,
Yeah.
which is, we've done like the top 15, the bottom 15. I was saying, what if we now do the top 15 descending down? Because otherwise, this is going to go all night, and we're not going to get to any of the top civs.
I'm gonna agree with that.
Fuck.
But I think we should still go 15 to first.
Fuck. I'm going to take the recommendation, and then we can talk about other stuff later.
I also just don't want to talk about fucking Somalia.
All right, Soviet Union.
Oh, we're gonna start at USSR and not even talk about Great Perm?
We'll get to Great Perm later.
Okay, fine.
Maybe even another day. I don't know. We'll see.
Very sad that I won't share my hot take about Kulin.
About what?
Kulin. I had him at like second.
Oh, yeah.
Senshi is so pissed. He just said we skipped all of his civs, and we did, and I feel bad.
I do feel bad, but I also like I'm trying to like live a life, and I can't be on here for like 6 hours.
That's fine. I'm willing to go over the rest of the civs, even if that's alone, and we'll get back to the other ones.
We could also just do another PR cast on like Wednesday or something.
On Wednesday, the day after the part is out. Senshi, I'm actually 100% willing to offer you a PR role if you send me an application. If your PR application's good.
Yeah, if it's good.
Yeah, which I assume it will be. Senshi knows what he's talking about. But Soviet Union, I ranked the Civ in the bottom 10.
Yeah,
Really?
that's an incorrect place to rank them, but I also don't have them as high as 15th.
Well, you guys gotta understand that my sole experience with Lenin's USSR was their dog shit Groundhog Day performance where they died, like, all the time.
Immediately, yeah, and that was actually that's widely considered, I think, their worst ever performance. But yeah.
Which was a consistent worst ever performance, but, you know, to be fair, it was in the same TSL over and over and over again.
The thing is, they're not great. They have a lot of space, and I think people are burned by how bad Muscovy was. They're like, oh great, a civ that isn't Muscovy. But God, no, I don't see them doing 15th well. This is one to sell stock in immediately, as far as I'm concerned. I think with strong neighbors like Sweden, Finland, you know, nearby neighbors like the Great Perm, even potentially the Teutonic Order, I just don't see what all the fuss is about with the USSR. There's no easy civs to nibble on like the Nenets, and I guess there's Georgia, but I think that's more Kurdistan's territory, as I said before. Yeah, whites not reds for me, I think, this time.
Just to answer a couple questions, yes, Senshi, you are correct. GHD is not appropriate for AI ranking. Just for some of us, that was our only exposure to USSR. Side note, yes, to Aussie, we are bothered by the Faux Cyrillic.
GHD is the only.
My fault, sorry.
I only rank my Civ Battle Royale rankings based on GHD performances. I don't take TSL into account at all.
Well, I think that's what a lot of people did. I think sometimes voices matter a lot, and sometimes when a big voice in the PR community or in the CBR community says something's good, we believe that it's good. One of the reasons why Nepal got ranked really high in Part 0 was because I pointed out a Mark III test where they fucking destroyed everything, and also their unique ability is poggers. So
I want you to know, Jay, that if you ever recommend me something as being a possibly very good civ, I'll put them in my bottom 10 immediately.
Can I defend USSR for a sec?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think they've got I think they've got enough production that they can more or less outlast a lot of their neighbors in at least early game. And I think if they don't die early game, they're gonna have enough of a basis and, if I'm remembering the map correctly, enough land to at least be able to wait until they get their unique units out. And once they get their unique units out, they'll just spam them. Like they're just gonna send them at Europe, unless Germany just steamrolls them first. But like, short of Germany becoming like this emergent dominant power come, say, I don't know, the medieval era, I think the USSR has a good shot at like becoming at least a regional power.
I will say, if you guys want to buy into a really expensive stock on Stockbot, probably invest in USSR, because I think a lot of people are going to start putting them a little bit higher up after the initial Part 0 rankings. Especially me, because I got my ass blasted for ranking them 56th, and I have since then seen that they perform a lot better than what I originally saw, which, you know, will just intuitively have them rise a few ranks. But
well, we'll see. We'll see. This is definitely insider trading now.
Yeah.
Can we move to 14th?
Yes, we can. In 14...
Can I just add one more thing before
Yeah.
I was honestly thinking that like we'll probably see like the USSR hold really well, but then they're gonna just get overrun by the Parg.
See that?
Possibly. I mean, I have yet to see the PARG perform, to be honest. There were a lot of civs that I had yet to see perform when I was ranking them, so I had to go based on what I knew about the civs code and what their AI could potentially be like and their uniques, which is not easy to do. But moving on from the USSR, we'll get into half-baked memes civ, Lesotho, under Moshushu the First.
That's not fair. Why are they a half-baked meme?
They are a fully baked meme civ.
So they're ranked 14th. They get a lot of tiles. We all voted them in because of weird baked memes. Somebody else talk about them.
Well, there's obvious reason why they're this high up, and that is, and in a way, it's kind of surprising they're not higher up, because the Civ Battle Royale has a tradition of a very powerful Civ coming from the South Africa region. We of course had the Boers in Marks 1 and 2, and then we had Zimbabwe in CBRX season 1. So it's to me it's more surprising that they're a bit lower down. I think that's probably because Civs like Zaire and potentially Namibia, potentially Zanzibar, are viewed as much stronger competitors than some of the other ones in sub-Saharan Africa have been in the past. But at the same time, it's still hard to deny that beautiful, production-rich, and very defensible area is a beautiful place to start. So I think, yeah, I have high hopes for Lesotho. I think they could replicate the successes of their previous progenitors, as it were, even if they have a little bit of a harder time at it than some of the civs that have come before them.
Yeah, I'm the resident low rank Lesotho. I think I put him at like 42nd or something like that. And I just see him as a defensive African civ in a very aggressive African continent. Like it seems like Africa, like at least their region of Africa with like Zaire, it's like it's gonna be hard to like do well if you're not trying to like just to push out of Africa towards, I guess, from their position northward. And I don't see them really doing that a whole lot, at least given their bonuses and the civs that are north of them.
Is that all we got on Lesotho?
Defensive powerhouse with a great TSL. Should be enough to say. Access to a lot of food. They're going to be building tall and wide is the general consensus. I do think that they'll do fairly well. I personally would think that Namibia has a better shot at killing them than most, but we'll see when the time comes. Moving on, we're moving.
Also, what's the hats? Is that a thing?
It's
I'm like
it's
so out of the loop on Lesotho memes.
I feel like it was sort of a reference to Lesotho being in like pocket nation and was the quote unquote hat of South Africa, and then that just became a meme somehow.
Okay, that works.
Where are you wearing your hats? Like in your belly button?
We had a hat for every war they win.
Yeah. So currently they have 3 hats, so they've obviously already won 3 wars. That's a spoiler. Anywho, moving on, we have the topical Mapuche under Lautaro.
Oh no.
Great Civ.
Now,
Love this Civ.
I have not seen these fellows in action, but their unique ability suggests the mother of all border gore. Is that what happens?
It's also because Mashushu has a top hat in his leader screen. But...
Yes, Mapuche causes serious border gore. They were actually featured in the very first AI South America that I did like 6 years ago, and they caused incredible border gore. And actually, a lot of their tiles stayed on the map after they died, but that problem has been fixed.
Style.
So they're no longer bugged, but they're still extremely expansive, and they're just a major threat to the other South American civs, particularly Paraguay. Paraguay, despite having a reputation for being the most warlike civ in the entire modding community, and civ community, I should say, there is such a thing as declaring too many wars and declaring wars you can't win, which Paraguay tends to do often. And Mapuche will chew him up like food, especially when he boxes him in.
True to their history, really.
Yeah.
The thing about Mapuche for me is, again, if we look at previous civs that have started in that TSL, the only majorly successful one was Mark 1 Chile, and they did it by having a very strong naval focus.
I would argue Mark II Chile was also very good. I mean, it controlled half of South America.
Yeah, by default. By Argentina collapsing, they did shit all else, really. I don't know, I didn't rate Mark II Chile at all. Mark 1 Chile were undeniably very powerful and a big naval power. So Mapuche I don't see as a hugely naval civ, so if they do break out of that difficult Andes start, it's gonna be through different strategies than we've seen before. Now, the issue with being a land-based civ, of course, in South America, is that it's the hardest terrain of any continent to fight land-based wars in, right at the start, with packed with mountains and hills and obviously rainforest. So you're right. If they can chew Paraguay up early, they're going to have a nice production base to start from, and hope. But they're just going to have to hope that the North doesn't consolidate itself too early before they can finally press into the Amazon rainforest. I mean, remember that even Uruguay found that incredibly difficult in CBRX Season 1, so I don't think Mapuche are going to be finding it any easier.
I doubt the North will consolidate anytime soon, because unlike Paraguay, I think aside from Paraguay, all the South American civs have a relatively decent shot at taking the continent. I just personally think the Mapuche are the best suited for that, personally. Peru, Bolivia, is strong. It has good uniques made for them, some naval stuff and but aside from that, Quilombo dos Palmeiras is relatively militaristic. Marajoara has a decent military. Gran Colombia has a decent military. It's just a question of who's the biggest fish before things start to stagnate, and I personally think that'll be the Mapuche, just based on how powerful the Mapuche are and how weak Paraguay is, seemingly.
I think they stand a decent chance, yeah. I'm really excited for Peru, Bolivia. I think they're probably going to be the first example of a civ in that region that might actually be exciting to watch.
Yeah, so I'm looking at for Mapuche hot takes, and so the highest anyone ranked Mapuche was first, and the lowest anyone put them was 44th.
Can we get names for those extremes, please?
Names? Yeah, so it was Lonely Rolling Star who put them first, and it was Greg who put them 44th.
Yeah, Greg said, I think I'm responsible for preventing Mapuche from being to rank 10. So,
no, I put them at like 27 too. Like but that's more just because I think Gran Colombia. I think is Gran Colombia. There was one South American civ that I just kind of thought like was gonna steamroll the entire continent.
Also, sorry, Darth, I don't know how to pronounce Portuguese words, so you can insult me for not knowing how to pronounce.
Admiral probably does.
Yeah, he probably does. But
no, I have no clue how to pronounce Portuguese stuff.
Okay, so
I think I can sing along to Brazilian Tropicalia music, so I can just try
Okay, the way you pronounce Portuguese words is you so they look like Spanish words, right? You have to read them like with a Russian accent, as Senshi just said in the chat just now.
That is true. Yeah. My stepdad's family all live in Portugal, so I'm somewhat familiar with how Portuguese sounds. I don't speak any of it. But yes, that is exactly the case. Who's just left? Oh, Rosay. Alas.
Alas. But let's move on from the Mapuche. Obviously, we have high hopes for them. I have high hopes for them. They're my second favorite South American civ, Peru Bolivia being first, because Peru Bolivia is really fucking cutie. Moving on to Mississippi under Tuscaloosa, aka we didn't get enough of our first Stone Age fucking Mississippi civ, and we decided to do a second because Poverty Point got curb stomped.
Let's do it again.
I'm amazed they're ranked this highly, and I'm so ready. I mean, I'm going to be supporting them. Poverty Point were my absolute favorite civ, voted into, apart from the Manx, my favorite civ voted into CBR Season X 1. Because, God, what a fun civ they are to play. I love the Mississippians as well. Oh, I'm so ready to get absolutely demolished.
I'm down at 33 because
I'm amazed at this high.
See why they're being so highly ranked.
Well, Poverty Point was a really passive civ. The Mississippi actually have decent AI, and so there's a significant difference there.
I guess there's a solid difference between the Iroquois and the New Netherlands as well.
I mean, they're like definitely not the same civs, but like even still, like it's still they're not the best in North America. They're not even like aren't they? Who are they neighboring? They're neighboring someone that's really
Rio Grande.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
so like, in what world is Rio Grande just not like?
Part 0 rankings are just fucking bonkers. Let's be real.
that horrible Flatlands River Star is not where I would want to put a 14th ranked civ. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I say this. Maybe I ranked them 8th. Maybe Cloudberg's about to tell me that I have the highest rank of them. I don't know.
No, you're somewhere in the middle. You had them 20th.
Yeah, fair. I do like the civ a lot. I do find it their leader has nothing to do with the Mississippian culture though, which I do find a bit odd. Is it Tuscaloosa the leader?
Yeah, we don't actually know any leaders of the Mississippian culture because they didn't leave a written record. But yeah,
we didn't lead leaders at Poverty Point anyway. We didn't just assign them a random different dude.
Well, yeah, the leader of Poverty Point was just made up. So I think really that's what should have happened here. But who knows?
So that's in Tuscaloosa, who would not have known who the Mississippians were. It's bizarre. It's like having like Winston Churchill be the leader of the Brigantes tribe.
Shout out their unique building real quick.
Sure.
I think it's a cool mechanic where you have this like latitude-based yield. Because I mean, I don't have play around it, but it's just an interesting idea.
Yeah, it's like they get different bonuses depending on how close the city is to the equator or something like that.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Tomatech civs are just my favorite. Some of my favorite fucking civs. I mean, obviously Tomatech's most like magnum opus was Oh yeah, you know the ones. They're in X season 1. They went out in the first part. But that's obviously an exemplary civ. But all the Tomatech civs have really, really imaginative, really high effort uniques. So yeah, I mean, I want them to do well. I don't expect come 14th by any means.
According to Senshi, Tuscaloosa was a real Mississippian, but I don't know shit about Mississippi history, so I can't comment.
But I think the Mississippians refer specifically to like
the ancient Poverty Point mud pyramid people,
like
right?
Cahokia, which doesn't have anything to do with Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, Cahokia.
Yeah, like the Mississippi culture that this mod is based off of was in like Missouri to Illinois. It was nowhere near like the state of Mississippi or anywhere. Yeah.
Actually, can somebody just look at the Mississippi uniques for me real quick? Because I'm sure people ranked them this high for an actual reason and not because we're bonkers.
Oh, they really don't have for them on the uniques either. Their UA is that their highest population cities form regional centers, which increase food and decrease building maintenance in nearby cities, which is like not really that great in an AI game.
Have you met us? We are all completely bonkers.
Yeah, so okay, responding to what's going on in the chat. So Tuscaloosa was leader of the Mississippian chiefdom, and the Mississippi River was named after the Mississippian chiefdom, and the Mississippi culture that this mod is based off of was named after the river because we don't know what they're actually called. So the two actually have nothing to do with each other.
Right, because this is
Classics.
again
Yeah, that's
based
correct.
off of Cahokia, which is old.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think that's enough to move on from Mississippi. I'm pretty sure they did great in AI games, but I can't remember which ones. Like, I remember Nepal did great in Royale of the Greats, but I cannot remember. Or Nepal won Royale of the Greats, but Mississippi, I just can't remember what they were in. But I'm pretty sure everybody was like, yeah, these guys are fucking awesome. And now we're like 8 years later, we don't remember what they did. Moving on. Moving on to rank 11, we have Gran Colombia under Simón Bolívar.
Somebody more agreeable, and a welcome return for a Civ who we last saw all the way back in Mark 1, and a Civ who has now made their official Civ debut since being voted in Civ 6. I was very pleased to see them. I guess we won't focus too much on the Civ 6 Civs, although Vietnam, of course, another CBRX2 Civ also made it into Civ 6 now as well, which I'm also very pleased about. Wanted Vietnam in official capacity in Civ for ages. But yes, this Gran Colombia, they obviously. I think what's interesting is how highly they're ranked and how high their reputation precedes them. They're a hugely mimetic Civ. But I was there for Mark 1, and they were by far the worst Civ in South America. They weren't good. They were worse even than the Inca. So I think it's interesting. Okay, no, Argentina were probably worse. But I think it's interesting how their reputation has kind of exceeded that in recent years.
I think it helps that Gran Colombia does do decently in some AI games, and that ever since their bug fix, you know, the thing that crashed the original CBR has been fixed, and you know, there's a lot less issues with it. Allegedly, but
Gran Colombia's been in tons of games since then. It's never been a problem.
I think they weren't actually blame. It was a little bit of a signing blame.
Yeah, I suppose so. Like, back when I was originally voting for Mark III, I told people to not vote for Gran Colombia, and I remember getting fucking my ass blasted for saying that. Because no, it was for X1, because I was afraid that they'd cause a crash, and every coder that even had written a single line of code before basically said, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sort of took the blame again as a meme. The reason, if anyone remembers, was because one of the weird fixes that seemed to be working to keep the game going was just deleting random cities, which is so interventionist but hilarious. And one of the random cities that they deleted, which made the game progress, was a Gran Colombian one. But they weren't the only civ for that to happen to. Japan also had, I think, Osaka destroyed before Gran Colombia did, by the powerful hand of T. Pangolin. So I think that is why they gained this reputation of being the game crashers. But no, it was nothing to do with them. It was nothing to do with the Civ itself.
Yeah, according to Greg, it didn't cause the crash. It just crashed on their turn, and there was something like they tried to make peace with all of the civilizations at once or something like that. Something weird happened, and you know
That's
what?
kind of wholesome.
Yeah.
They broke CBR by, refusing to play.
I guess. But
Let's
let's hope that doesn't continue. According to Blue Cassette, they are well beyond their original marker for saying, well, let's see if this crashes the game. So I think it's time to move on from Gran Colombia and go on to...
Someone actually explain something about Gran Colombia real quick for me.
What?
In their, for their great person, it says they can write political treatises, and I don't know what that means.
It's a base game function of the great writer. It's that you can either make a great work of writing, or you can or no, it's not. That's like, or is that no? Do great writers write a political treatise, or is it just like some other? Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they do that. It just gives you like a large amount of culture.
Oh, it's the culture pop from the great writer.
Yeah.
Oh,
basically.
I didn't even know that had a name.
Yeah. Should we go to?
Yeah, we should go to Punjab under Ranjit Singh.
Second.
We're looking at the Punjab under Ranjit Singh.
Kind of surprised they're not higher. Punjab are a big hyped Civ, a Civ with a lot of support, I think. A Civ again that should question mark have been in not should have been X Season 1, but won the vote for X Season 1 for that region, but came third in the region, and India were ahead of them, and their starting locations were right next to each other. So the Maratha made it in instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're back, and they will almost certainly do a lot better than Indira Gandhi did. Punjab is a very, very aggressive AI, pretty much without fail.
I think I put them much lower than most people did, just because I don't really have too much confidence in them AI-wise. I've seen what they're capable of, and usually I see them as a middling power at best. They have kind of more of a focus on faith. I mean, I expect them to found a religion and whatnot, but I don't really expect them to go far from there.
I really disagree. I think I've seen them in games, and I've seen them expand heavily and early. And not only that, but in this map, they have probably the largest Voronoi diagram of any Indian civ.
Yeah, don't start with just a ridiculous amount of space, and then they also have these like turtley civs all around them.
Yeah, like fucking Bhutan.
Yeah.
And,
I actually put Punjab 10th. They ended up right in the spot where I put them, and I really only put them there just because I trust Lax's opinion on this, and she talked about it a lot. So I haven't actually really seen them in any games. But
I've seen in AI Indias before, and they frequently dominate Pakistan. I mean, in fairness, Pakistan doesn't have its fair share of great AIs.
Yeah, and JMAn put them 34th, which is the lowest. The highest anyone put them was first. So.
And that was whom?
That was actually that was Lordie, but his rankings didn't count because he ranked after they were released.
Their rankings.
Pakistan Civ 1 day trademark. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really base Punjab's success in the Pakistan region during AI games as, any sort of a marker. Harappa is not good. Wentatu is not good. They are pretty weak.
Pakistan's decent.
What was that?
General Pakistan's decent. Just a normal Pakistan mod.
I don't remember that one, but still.
And this is Big Land India, and it's kind of hard to go wrong with Big Land India.
Yeah, they just have lots of fertile land available to them. If we assume Bhutan are going to stick to the mountains, then they can pretty much sweep both the Indus and the Ganges Valley regions. Chola are mostly naval civs, so it might probably be quite easy to land sweep them. And then they don't really have any borders in Central Asia, any nearby civs. So I just see them as having one of the highest capacities to snowball in Asia.
Okay. I disagree, but I think that's a good place to leave off Punjab. You could see a lot of potential for them to snowball, but I personally recommend, if we had a short function for Stockbot, I would be shorting them right now because I don't think they're ever going to perform higher than 10th, even if they get ranked higher than 10th.
Are you forming a hedge fund?
I'm the guy the GameStop guys want to stop. So
I'm very down with setting up options for the Stockbot. I don't know how the hell that would work.
I'm not allowed to participate in PredCon, am I, Greg? Because I'm the PR guy, so I can't do that.
We do PredCon.
PredCon's fine. There's usually a separate table for PRs and non-PRs.
Okay. Well, after that, I'm going to say moving on to the next Civ. It's pink. Can you guess what it is? It's Rio Grande.
Yeah, Rio Grande I'm really torn on. Now, on the one hand, I like aggressive civs. I like a nice production-heavy start. On the other hand, I could see this in Texas Mark II. It's not a nice starting location to be in. You are surrounded by enemies, and enemies in more defensible situations than you.
Looking back, I think we ranked them too high.
Say again, sorry?
I said, looking back, I think we ranked them too high.
Yeah, why did I rank them? I don't think I ranked them 9.
I don't know. I ranked them higher than this. I wasn't sure who was going to win North America, but I was like, maybe it'll be them.
I think that I'm very pro neutrals.
Lax, you had by far you had the second lowest Rio Grande at 29th.
Yeah, that's about right. I think that I think they're an interesting one because you can rank a civ at 29th if you think they're going to be a middling power, You can also rank a Civ there if you have no idea if they're going to sweep the whole continent or be eliminated within a few parts. And that's where Rio Grande are for me. I think they're a make or break Civ.
I think what happened with Rio Grande is that we saw like an early AI performance from them at some point after they had been voted in, and we saw them do insanely well and just said, yeah, top 10. I don't know if I fell into that category or not because, as I've mentioned, I don't remember shit, so...
To reiterate, you ranked them while having a lobotomy.
Not a lobotomy, but as Senshi Denshi puts it, quote unquote, fucking painkillers. Sure, yeah.
I think we're understating Rio Grande's like just their ability to fight really well. Like their UA is crazy. You remember what was it, Nadango last season with like the river jumping?
How well did they do?
Well, no, they didn't do very well because all they did was like move around on rivers. But like Rio Grande's UA has all the river tiles damage enemy units during war. Like that's even if it doesn't even have to be defensive, because I mean it is defensive because it's in your territory. But it doesn't even have to be like what am I trying to say? You don't have to use it just as a defensive ability. Like you can use it as a way to like counterattack.
Seeing as it's an aggressive civilization from what we have seen, Rio Grande excels at attacking, and when it fails at attacking, I think thank you for the follow, JDT. I think a great difference is that when it fails at attacking, that it can always fall back on river attrition, the same way Shah Durrani's Afghanistan can fall back on the fact that, oh, well, if somebody attacks us, they're going to fucking die before they take a city. So, yeah, I mean, it's a good point to bring up.
What's like the...
That's true, Senshi. Senshi just said your territory also includes cities that you just captured, so it's a lot easier for them to, like, avoid, like, flipping wars.
Spells bad news for Mississippi.
Exactly.
What's the historical precedence for this? Like, in my head, it's like General Winter, but for rivers. Like, enemy armies just keep falling into a river.
I think I think the Battle of the Rio Grande took place on, the Rio Grande, but, I assume Antonio Canales Rosillo, because it's Mexican.
Anyway, I do have some pretty bad news for our analysis, which is that they accidentally got moved to the Rio Grande do Norte in Brazil. So they start right next to Palmares now.
Nice.
They only have one river. It's the Amazon. Yeah, that was a joke. So don't take that seriously. Also, isn't Rio Grande like one of the shortest lived civilizations in the Civ modding library?
Probably. I mean, I've never heard of them, to be honest.
Yeah, they lasted like a month or something like that.
Really?
Longer than the California fucking Republic.
Yeah, but they actually controlled like significant territory. It was like a geopolitical anomaly. Jake corrects me. They lived for 6 months.
That's decent.
Yeah, that's a decent amount of time. That's I had heard a month or like a couple days, so 6 months is pretty significant in my head.
Has anyone made a Morisnet triangle one yet?
Bermuda Civ when? Let's move on from Rio Grande now that we've extolled its virtues. It's a green Civ. Can anybody guess it? It's QT Uzbekistan under Islam Karimov.
Oh, I'm big on Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan is 8th, but I think they actually do have room to climb.
This slide, I made this slide, and this slide has not aged well because Herman Cain fucking died since I made this slide.
What does it say? I forgot.
Remember when Herman Cain was running for whatever president, I think, and he was in some interview with some like well-known reporter, and they asked him about Uzbekistan, and his response was, "You mean Becky Stan?" And like with a straight face and like completely unironically, he was saying that.
Yeah, then he fucking died.
And he fucking died.
Can you link that to me so that I can just play it for everyone?
That
Sounds fucking excellent.
It's the fact that his Twitter keeps posting, being like, "Remember, guys, COVID's a hoax." It's
Even
like,
though he's
who's
dead.
We were asking about the president of Uzbekistan, and he was like, I don't know who the president of Uzbekistan is. And it's like, you're running for president.
And also, there has only ever been one president of Uzbekistan, or there had been at that time. So it was like, it's not a hard question, really.
I would argue that at the time, geopolitics was definitely a lot less focused on in the United States.
That's probably true.
As a whole, the United States struggles with geopolitics. Like, very few people know capitals, very few people know countries. It's like, to me, as a social studies teacher, I was impressed to know that the Polish kid in my class knew where Poland was. So
this is one of those things where, like, the interviewer has already told you the name of the country.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, all you have to do is repeat.
All right, I'm pulling up the link now.
Do you know where Greece is? Just to make sure.
All right, just to replay that for everyone.
You Becky, stand.
All right, we had our fun. Ooh, Becky, stand.
CBR wise, I love Uzbekistan.
Yeah. Let's get back to the actual topic.
I mean, do I need to say Voronoi diagram? Space is the place. They got a lot of space. Thank you.
Yeah, they've got space. They've got the crazy UU when it comes out. Like, their unit, when it comes out, is just going to be able to roll through.
I think any civilization that starts in either Central Asia or Central Siberia, like White Russia does, are automatically just put in, like, gets really high marks unless they're bad or they're squished in like Parthia was.
Yeah.
That's a sick Parthia.
Uzbekistan also just has good AI. Like, they, they kick ass.
Yeah, and obviously they're following in the footsteps of the Kazakhs, who were a very successful civ, obviously. So yeah, just a no-brainer, top 10. Should we go to the next one?
No, I think we should at least talk about it a little bit more. I mean, it is a top 10 civ. Do we not want to talk about its uniques? Do we not want to talk about its AI history? We
just did.
I was so focused on
their UP is fascinating too, because it does this yield swapping thing where it like flips between food and production, which, like, at least from like me playing Civ kind of thing, that's like a really nice thing to have, because you kind of want to do that, right? You want to swap between like growth and unit output. So it's gonna just get these sort of naturally nice bonuses to the way it's sort of gonna want to play, right?
Yeah. Well, all right. We've talked about Becky, Stan. Next to Mama Say, Mama Sa, Mama Makusa, and North Becky, Stan.
And Fredonia.
Fredonia? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So aren't these? They do the unit sacrifice thing, right? Where they can chop a unit and then get some bonus off of it. Is it a production bonus?
Sorry, which civ are we on here?
I think Uzbekistan, they can sacrifice population in their cities for something, I think.
Oh, that was like an old design I had when I first tried to enter modding. I said Pol Pot should be able to kill his own city's population for stuff, and people were like, Jesus Christ.
It's for random amounts of gold, local happiness, or civilian units.
I mean, also, Pol Pot didn't really kill his civilians for any reason.
Yeah,
didn't achieve.
I mean, Pol Pot was basically a neo-Luddite, but for communism.
Yeah.
Well, it's all complicated. Let's not get into like I can actually define what Pol Pot believed fairly decently, beyond just being a neo-Luddite. But we should move on to Civ.
In Civ 4, you could genuinely sacrifice population for production. That was just you could do that with any Civ. Yeah. You just had to have the slavery civic.
But now moving on to a yellow Civ, it's everybody's favorite. It's the civilization. No, it's not Qing. It's not Qing. Wait, no, Qing isn't in this mark.
No.
So this civilization was put in the Korea region because we realized it's very popular, and if a Korea civilization gets voted in, it's going to die immediately, and that's not fair. It's the Manchu under Nurhaki.
So we are talking about some Senshi civs.
Yeah.
Talking about the highest ranked of essentially civs, and a civ that I honestly sort of expected to rank higher. I mean, there are civs that are incredibly competent in AI games. They always do very well. There's some really, really interesting uniques that, granted, the AI can't always make the best use of, but they're fun and interesting anyway. You get bonuses. Every unit is assigned a random banner, and you get bonuses for attacking with specific banners being adjacent to each other.
I was very surprised that this civilization didn't hit at least top 5. I'm saying at least here.
Well, there's one good reason for that, and we're going to get to that very soon, which is a certain bordering nation that are ranked even higher. And that is certainly what's keeping them off the top 5 slot, in my opinion.
Same,
not necessarily justifiably, but I think that is why they've been pecked back a little bit. The other thing is we completely overhyped the Qing, as I mentioned last season, and I genuinely think the similarities are outstanding of a civ that usually does very well in the same area are yellow, and found themselves bogged down with an endless fight with another underperforming civ in the Mongolia area. And that is kind of playing into my mind with the Manchu. I'm like, oh god, I can see history repeating here. But on the other hand,
don't have Manchu to just go gobble.
No, exactly. But the Manchu do have Korea to play with as well as just Manchuria. Obviously, they can go north into that Russia area. There's only really not too many strong civs standing in the way in that direction.
I mean,
I actually think
don't
best
count the
play outside
Chukchi out yet. The Chukchi are defensively strong.
Yeah, true. I think their best fortunes lie outside of China. For me, their best strategy would be to build up that strong Manchurian base. I'd probably get rid of Japan early because Japan always just gets into fucking naval wars with the Koreans and or whoever starts there usually, and ends up decapitating and diverting all their attention. I would want to get rid of Japan very early. And then just keep building, and make sure the Northern Yuan don't go unchecked. Sorry, spoiler alert. That's who we're going to be talking about in a sec. There's a very obvious trajectory for this civ to become a very, very important power indeed, and they certainly have the AI to do it.
I also think
they are surrounded by powerful nations. It's gonna be a struggle. It's gonna be tricky. It's something they can do. It's not necessarily something they will.
But we never know. It could be the most surprising upset. Like, I mean, I guess not the most surprising. Mao Zedong's China and Mark II. Like, everybody was expecting them. Oh, third place. And they just bottomed out.
They should never have been third place. I don't understand why they were ranked third place by the Part 0 rankers.
Nobody knew what their AI was like at that time, and everyone's just like, oh, they're like Mao Zedong, they're gonna do well, and then that was basically what people.
That was how ranking worked back then. It was like England were powerful; they had the British Empire. Let's put them high.
Yeah, like the way ranking worked back in the day, it was just odd. Like, at the same time, I'm pretty sure that the original rankers for Mark II didn't know that it was a different Sweden from vanilla Sweden, because they were writing as if it was vanilla Sweden, and I was just saying, they were like, oh, no wonder this was ranked 59th or 58th or whatever. I think it was 59th at the time. But yeah, I mean, nobody really knew what was going on. AI games were just so fringe of a concept in the community, and we saw what happened.
In fairness, in all honesty, if I hadn't seen AI games now on a world map, I would probably also put the Scandinavian civs low. I think it's you automatically go, well, that's lots of tundra and mountains. That's not going to be a great starting location to build a production base. It just is. It just happens to be very good, and you don't realize until you see it.
Also,
but anyway, let's
to
move on.
Answer JDT's question, I think the neutrals or PARG, but we'll get on to that. Moving
PARG
on.
is not a bad pick for that.
PARG under Cold Shock. This is explosive water. Oh, somebody's alarm went off.
What is JDT's question?
JDT was
out of the top 10, who's most likely to suck glue and die early? Direct quote.
Pug.
Parg or neutrals, one of the two.
Well, I'm going to argue it would not be the PARG because it takes too long for other civs just to like move their armies to the PARG.
Oh yeah, wait. Are Rio Grande in top 10?
Yeah, I put Rio
Rio
Grande and Neutrals as my
It's-
two picks.
it's
That
Rio Grande. It's
would
Rio
just like get out of the game
The
really.
answer's Rio Grande.
I do need to add a disclaimer for anybody who watches this in the future and goes, well, this isn't the same PARG. This is an old version of PARG. We can just say Provisional Russian Government. Before the most recent version, EW changed up PARG. So this is an older version of that civilization. Just as a heads up for anybody who asks, they can point to my old stream video on YouTube and be like, oh, well, JMAn said it. PARG is a civ that's focused on trains and railroads and being an infrastructure era and has a bunch of modern uniques and has arguably the most space available to any civilization in the game according to the Voronoi diagram. That's a big reason why they're in the top 10.
Are they next in the ranking?
What was that?
Are they next in the ranking? Are we moving on to them?
We're talking
already
about
looking-
PARG right now.
I haven't got the stream up. Yeah, that's all true. I mean, one reason they're not higher. I mean, again, they're sort of fulfilling that Kazakh's role of having loads of space and being in Central Asia. And one reason they're not higher is we just haven't seen them in enough AI games. They were very new when they were voted in. They were very new when we were ranking. So we're not really sure how well they perform on an AI stage at the moment.
I believe I put them at the lowest. I just don't remember the number because I obviously don't.
Well, let's take a look. JMAn, you had PARG
49.
49th.
What the hell?
Everybody else had them. Well, the next lowest was 17th, and 2 people had them first.
Yeah, I'm not confident in PARG. I'm gonna be honest. No. I'm serious. I'm still not confident in it. Like even post Painkiller Brain, I'm still not confident in PARG at all. Like, I just think they're going to suck glue and die, as JDD puts it. Yeah.
It would be interesting if they go the way of the Nenets.
Yeah, well, I don't think they're going to be that small. I do think they're actually going to settle. But let's face it, this version of PARG relies entirely on having railroads. They're not going to have railroads until the industrial era. If Uzbekistan just decides to get off their lazy butts and just march up north, they could probably cut PARG in half, and I bet Kolchak won't even fucking put up.
You forget we hit the industrial era at like episode 5. Really?
Yeah, well, no, we actually don't, but yeah.
Okay, sure. Should we move on to the next civ?
Yeah, I'm willing to do that. This is a red civ. It is Germany under Wilhelm II.
It's only 5?
Yeah, well, that's because my rank fucked it up. And also more people.
I don't.
I still don't believe that they're top 10. I
don't believe they're top 10. I'm with you. I think we've got 2 of the people with the lowest stakes in Germany right here
I think I tied for top.
I put them in the top 10 because they they did really well in tests. They did really well in they did incredibly well in Groundhog Day, like including in episodes that were never released. They've done well in other AI games. They're just like strong, really strong, and being surrounded by other civs has never seemed to stop them. So I figure that's why they're high.
To me, it's just because they are totally crushed in. And look at the Schlieffen Plan, which has been renamed, if I'm not mistaken. But the Schlieffen Plan is literally, they're really fast at the beginning of a war, which is great. That's cool. But, like, their other half is like, oh, if a worker is disbanded on a soldier's tile, they fully heal, but then they're weakened. And it's like... No, but that's never going to happen. That's what it says here on the slide. Military units are completely healed when workers are disbanded on the same tile, but they lose 25% combat strength for the rest of the war.
Yeah, I think that's been changed.
I don't think the AI even uses that, and it has nothing to do with how they actually perform. It's just like they're just like one of those civs like Vanilla Iroquois, where it's like they do really well in every single game. Their uniques are just trashed.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm kind of saying is that, they won't use the second half of their unique ability. And if they were in Central Siberia or anywhere with a lot of space, I would say Wilhelm II's German Empire isn't like a #1 pick. But because they are so crowded and I do think that they have strong civs around them relatively. I personally think Sweden's number one, like definite number one. I think they're going to get hit pretty hard.
Yeah,
So
Jay.
the Germany that we have in the sheet actually is the UA is different. It's total war. Units move faster for 10 turns after declaring war. Gain more production for each player at war with Germany, and each city producing military units or gold contributes to the war effort.
Oh, that's right. I almost forgot about that. Yeah, that was
They
probably
changed
part of why I ranked them so high. But
Yeah,
yes,
they're basically like, if you've ever played with like Civ 6 Australia, they're basically doing that, but like offensively instead of defensively.
So that partially at least explains why I rank them so low, because hearing now that they have a huge production boost, that changes my fucking mind entirely. I wish I knew that.
It doesn't change mine. I still see Sweden as the top dog in the region. I still see Germany as a civ that's surrounded on all fronts.
I think Sweden is like there's this self-perpetuating rumor that Sweden is incredibly good, and I think like they're probably pretty decent, but like I think the hype may have belted up to unrealistic proportions.
I think Sweden just has the benefit of having a lot of space, but Germany
Carl
has
is,
the benefit of being able to put out a lot of units.
Carl is Uruguay part 2. You saw it here first. Oh god, remember Uruguay?
I do remember Uruguay, and I was looking back on it, I'm pretty upset that we even put them in. Like, as much as I love Technostar, that was not a good idea.
I was like a low key fan of Uruguay.
Technostar is too good a coder for Civ Battle Royale. Like, what's frightening is how much we nerfed Uruguay. Uruguay were terrifying.
But to be fair to everyone else, I will share their opinion that yes, Germany has a really strong chance of being a top dog and showing off that Europe, whilst a crowded place, can really be a great place for a Battle Royale winner. Whilst surrounded by tons of enemies, so long as they get more than 3 cities, they likely could be a top contender. If they beat Sweden, I think they've got a really, really excellent shot at winning. So we shall see from there. But evidently their UA does seem to have changed to Total War, says Sarah. Said
Yeah,
Syria.
it's the one I was talking about.
Yeah, you mentioned.
Should we head to number 4 then?
Yeah. We'll head to number 4.
Clearly a better name for UA.
So this is a great one. This was made by Dawkins. You guessed it. It's an alright civ. I don't really have any strong opinions whatsoever.
This a joke?
Yeah, it's a joke.
I legitimately do not have any strong opinions.
It's a funny old.
Not joking.
It's North America's really funny continent because it's not like Europe where we're all going Germany, Sweden, or Asia where we're all going Northern Yuan. North America is such a dice roll for me this time around. Other than the Dene, and I guess the elites, there's no civ that I'd be like, oh, count them out. But the neutrals have always just seemed to have been the one that have captured the imagination of the rankers the most, whether that be the purported good AI performances or just a nice starting location that's kind of analogous to the Iroquois, especially if, as expected, they'll probably beat the New Netherlands. I think that's probably why they've managed to keep this the position at the top of North America. A lack of perceived threats as well, perhaps. If your main borders are the Dene and New Netherlands, you're definitely looking to be one of the safer picks in the continent.
Yeah,
but
I think
at the same time,
really highly. Sorry, you could.
I was gonna say at the same time, there's nothing spectacular about them. They don't have the wow factor that the Mapuche do say, or the Manchu. Some of the other cities we've already talked about. They don't have the hugest Voronoi diagram in the world. They just seem the safest pick in quite an unpredictable continent, and I think that's why they've ended up so high.
So I just looking at their bonuses, I think their bonuses also explain partially why they're ranked so high. Like they have a bunch of space in North America, sure. There's no like clear winner of North America yet, like there is like a Northern Yuan or a Sweden, sure. But like they have the ability to put out so many units just based on their bonuses alone. They're one of the few civs that kind of doesn't care as much. Like they definitely care, but they're not nearly as affected by like city flip wars because they just get free units for cities in resistance. And their unique building just like lets them get units faster and better, and like their unique unit is just better at what it wants to do. They're just sort of like a little bit better at everything everybody wants to do in the game.
That's natural of them.
Yeah.
Shall we,
to answer an insinuation that Sunchi just made in the chat, neutrals were not a CBR staff member creation specifically for the BR. That was an attempt by Dawkins to get into modding, and Dawkins has made a few resources outside of Neutral Nation. He did actually contribute to Qatar for my own Civ modding purposes. But I will just say, yeah, I agree with everyone else. Neutral Nation is ranked so highly mainly because its neighbors are piecemeal. Like, nobody expects New Netherland to do well. Nobody expects the Dene to do well. Nobody expects Tongva to do well. Basically, they have a lot more land available to them than Rio Grande, and so they're expected to snowball a lot harder in North America. But I think it is important to also note that North American civs relatively don't do well overall. They become just really, really strong. We'll just see if Neutral Nation or any other civ in the region, for that matter, can change the mindset of everyone.
Shall we head to the next one? Where are we up to now? 3?
AT is a little bit of a wild card when it comes to the neutrals. Honestly, I could see flipping either of their ranks.
All right, we're moving on to rank number 3. That is Zaire under Mobutu Sese Seko.
I really thought you were talking about Trinidad and Tobago for the longest time. I was like, TAT. Oh yeah, the 3 affiliated tribes. They're in this game. So we're on to Zaire now, right?
Yes.
The top dogs of Africa. This is an interesting one because we have seen several civs start in the Congo area now. Congo, Ndongo. And how have they all gone? Terribly. They've all completely underperformed. They've all been ranked fairly decently high in the Part 0 rankings, and then, generally speaking, just completely ballsed it.
Now, there's a difference, which is that of the AIs. So, last time, Ndongo started, between Benin, who are okay, and Zimbabwe, who is great. And Zimbabwe didn't really have any other competition besides Ndongo, so they just settled a lot and then curb stomped them. Whereas Zaire's neighbors are Namibia and Nigeria, who are both known for being extremely peaceful and not that expansive. Zaire is the most aggressive and expansive civ out of those 3.
I wouldn't say Namibia is peaceful. Namibia does declare war and fight wars often. They just don't fight wars good. They read a little bit too much Mao Zedong.
That's true. Yeah.
I low-key put Zaire pretty high up, partially just because Kosovo is in the game.
Please
because
explain.
Zaire gets a bonus defensively that damages enemy units inside of its territory based on the number of civs that are denouncing Zaire. And so if you have Kosovo that basically just shadow engineers these massive wars, if at any point Zaire and Kosovo end up on opposite sides of some sort of larger conflict or multi-faced conflict, Zaire is going to get these massive defensive buffs, and it's going to basically negate whatever kind of larger scale push
Well, you said they get defensive buffs from. You said that they get defensive buffs from being denounced, but the thing is that Kosovo's unique ability has nothing to do with denouncements. It's their friends their friends will be dragged into any wars that Kosovo is in, but those civs don't denounce the target before they declare war.
Well, but does the AI some aspect of it where it's more inclined to denounce when declaring war?
You can't denounce at the same time. They just instantly end up at war if Kosovo goes to war with the civ. There's no time to denounce them first.
The good news
after
is
the war is over, then they have the bad,
maybe.
bad relationship.
The good news is about
not necessarily.
announcements in CBR at any given time anyway, so I still think Zaire are going to get a fair share of that defensive bonus.
Exactly.
I also want to share. I personally, just since we're at the highest ranked African civ, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think any of the African civs this time around are going to do extremely well. A lot of us are banking on Lesotho, a lot of us are banking on Zaire, some of us are banking on Namibia, Nigeria, whatever. I think this will be the first BR where an African Civ is not dominant in any field whatsoever. That's just
I
my
hope
personal
so.
prediction. I think
I hope you're right.
I think this
You
was
could be entirely right. I think it's entirely possible.
just based on the selection we have. I'm not saying any of the civs are bad. I would never say that, unless it was Golden Horde by Chain Gun Machine, whatever his name was, Chain Gun Fighter 01, because that one was a bit rough. But I will say there's just no clear winner. It feels very stalematey. It feels like all the civs here are balanced against each other. You know, maybe Somalia might be able to do well, but that's off the African continent. You know, I just really don't have anything to pick here. I have nothing here to choose from. I didn't put Zaire in the top 10. I didn't put any African civilizations in the top 10, I don't think. So.
This is where you find out you put the Tuareg there.
Yeah. Anywho.
Should we move on to number 2 then?
Yes.
I'm getting sleepy.
Number 2 is Sweden under Karl the 12th. Lacsirax.
No, we've
And
already...
I went minus Sweden in the prediction contest because I think, you know, after a while I've come to the conclusion that the reason they're up this high is like 50% hype and only 50% like actual performance.
Sweden, we've talked so much about Sweden already. And I think that's telling, the fact that Sweden keeps coming into our sort of analyses of all these other European civs like USSR and the Teutonics of Germany. The thing is, reputations don't come from nothing. It could definitely be overhyped, but Karl the 12th has been seen to be a very, 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 very competent AI in the past. And
okay, but like, can you point to any examples? Because at a certain point, I was like, wait a minute, I've never actually seen Karl the 12th do very well.
I definitely have. I can't tell you the examples because they're all about 3 or 4 years ago at Cloudberg, and my memory doesn't go back that far. But I definitely have. But on top of that, it's such a strong starting location, that Scandinavian starting location, and it's usually split between a Sweden and Norway. It's not this time. Sweden has that whole peninsula to itself, the whole Scandinavian peninsula, which is a really strong both defensive area and a place to start launching attacks into Europe from. We've seen it in every single AI game so far. So I just don't see a world in which Sweden aren't a huge player. I mean, I put them first. I'm not one of those people who is like, oh, I put them first because I think they're going to win. Not necessarily. I put them first because, to me, of all the civs on the board, they're the ones who I think will undeniably have the biggest chance of having a huge influence and having a huge sway, no matter if they end up going out in a blaze of glory at some point. I think they are going to be a force to reckon with for all the neighboring civs in the area. Because, as I say, that TSL is just one of the objectively strongest TSLs to have from the games that we've seen in the past. And you know, Sweden, they're not an AI that fucks around. So I don't know. We'll see. If there's anything that counts against Sweden, it's the sort of the mystery of Finland, which I don't know too much about that Finnish mod. They may well be better than I give them credit for.
Mannerheim is generally considered quite decent. It's just that a lot of people ranked Mannerheim quite lowly because Karl the 12th has such a great reputation. Yeah. But I will note that Logical Knot did make the comment that Sweden missed the number 1 rank by 0.29% of a rank.
Interesting.
Because one ranker ranked them 13th, which was by far the lowest, even though the majority of people were ranking them first.
Was that Cloudberg?
I don't think it was. It
was Msurdej who ranked them 13th. Lordie also ranked them 13th, but again, his rankings didn't.
Their rankings.
Those are older rankings. But that allowed our number 1 civ, Northern Yuan, which you guys can talk about.
Yeah,
I'm saving my energy for all the civs that we're going to go over when everybody goes to bed.
Right. And I would recommend maybe cutting the permanent video, the recorded video after this. Northern Yuan, they're an obvious one for the number one. Again, a Civ whose AI reputation precedes them, and again a Civ that has a huge Voronoi area. If there's one thing that I will say about the Northern Yuan, it's that, as ever, I like to point to precedents, and I like to point to a Civ that we ranked very highly in the same region last time round, the Camugs, and how bloody disappointing they were. So, that's the joy of the CBI. You never know who's. At the end of the day, there's still a dice roll with every Civ's AI biases. They are somewhat randomized every time, so you never know what's going to happen. But yeah, you'd be a fool not to see the Northern Yuan as a huge threat, given their experience in AI games, and given all that lovely space they've got.
Yeah.
Although again, Northern Russia has been shrunken down a little bit for this one, although still not hugely.
I see killing the Northern Yuan isn't another Civ, it's the Northern Yuan. I basically see their only flaw as potentially being like an Asian Métis, where they just kind of sit there, get fat, and don't do anything.
They also don't have to deal with a Civ above them like the Camugs did. The Camugs got sort of bogged down by the events a lot, whereas the Northern Yuan don't have that problem.
The X also screwed over the comics on science, and I could talk for ages on how that screwed over the comics.
God, yeah, I forgot about all that.
Yeah, I mean, like the religion game the Events played was like, you're coming down with me.
Yeah.
I guess if the Northern Yuan don't have to deal with something like that, I mean,
well, they could take the same.
Of course they could. Is that religious feature still in the game?
Yeah.
Oh well, okay. So
but there's no evidence.
Later, I guess.
Surely no Civ will be so stupid as to pick that this time, because none of the Civs would be epic.
I don't think Northern Yuan are for religion. They're not known to be a religious Civ anyway. So
they're expansionists is what's important, and it's the same way how people will shit on the Chongnu if they were in this game, because they would be ranked highly even though generally they're pretty bad, just because they have so much space that they'll be the biggest civilization for a very, very long time, is the general idea.
But let's be real. After part one, Jamaica's gonna be first.
Oh well.
Yeah, I think that's the main takeaway I should take away.
This is how insider trading works, guys.
Invest in Jamaica.
Chongnu. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Yeah. So, with that, we've finished up 30 of the 61 civilizations. Well, actually 31, because we went from 61 to 45th, and now we've done 15th to 1st. I will be doing the remaining civilizations on stream. If anybody wants to stick around, I'd appreciate that. But I'll be going through the civs that we skipped around on for the sake of everybody else who's interested.
Yeah, I have to go because I have some reading to do.
Yeah, of course. All of you master's students and
I feel
whatnot.
compelled to say it's actually 32 civs that we've done. If we did 61 or 45.
Yeah.
Stick around for a couple more.
Yeah. Stick around for as long as you want.
I'm sleepy. I'm British. British. It's 2:45.
So I'll just be going for quite a while. Okay.
All right. I'll catch you all later, guys.
Have fun.
Thanks for coming along if you did.
Yeah. Thank you for sticking around. I'm still recording, as I said. It's just most of the gang has left. So So before we did our jump, we left off on the Olmecs. Am I alone? No, I'm with Shaggy. So I'm with the Chukchi. The Chukchi under Lao Tiluadlin. Shaggy, since you're my resident unique guy, would you mind reading some uniques to me?
Sure, if I can remember how to spell Chukchi.
Chukchi. Specifically the unique ability is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, units provide culture and damage adjacent enemies upon earning a promotion, and may force units to retreat when starting within your territory. If destroyed adjacent to your borders, enemy units claim their occupied tile for your empire. So, to be honest, if they were starting just about anywhere else, I'd put them a lot higher.
I think so too. I think with the Chukchi, their main weakness is their TSL. Had they not started in Tundra, and by the way, guys, Siberia has been tundra'd up like crazy. It's another one of the reasons why I put PRG low. Had it not been so Tundra heavy, maybe the Chukchi would have a much better chance. Hell, they still do have a decent shot, but their real shot is in North America. Asia is just too competitive of a crowd for them. I don't think it's good mojo. Being able to kill enemies off of promotions, which is just fighting, and being able to claim tiles, that's really powerful, and you shouldn't discount that. Personally, that's what I believe.
I mean, it makes them just kind of like weird powerhouses on like offense and on defense, right? Because if you can just stymie an entire invasion just because you get a promotion because they've attacked you, I mean that's pretty damn powerful.
Yeah, I think the Chukchi have really very low chance of winning at anything, but at the end of the day, I would give them a decent stock look, because they could be a sleeper to just survive for a really long time, and you could just build up a lot of stock just based off of that. So
Same going to like high 30s, something like that. Just because their UU is gonna get them their unit. It's a compo replacement that gets an experience bonus. So it synergizes well with the UA, which makes me think like they're at least not gonna just completely get screwed over in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really put a lot of stock into unique units unless they're like really, really late game and the Civ seems like it's going to survive. Like, we all want to comment on how great Nazi Germany's uniques could have been if they made it to them. You know what I mean? This one's
early.
Yeah, this one's early.
Combo replacement, and it synergizes with the UA, and the UA is really strong. So like I agree. I'm not like putting a ton of stock in unique units, but like this feels like at the very least it'll be impactful given how low ranked it is.
JDT made a joke of turn 1 kill. I don't think that's going to be the case, but you have been defeated. Your civilization has been laid low. But yeah, I think the Chukchi, really cool Civ, really cool icon. Thanks for the Civ Ball, Vihria. It's pretty fucking rad. Oh, Senshi, don't do that to me. That's not what I meant. Context. So, he's gonna clip it, watch. I just gave him the idea to clip it. So, anywho. Moving on. Please don't clip that, actually. I request.
So keep going.
Anywho, moving on. We're going to 43, the Ptolemies under Cleopatra.
Don't like the Ptolemies.
JM Angelo's over party. If you guys wanted to cancel JMAn, this was your opportunity. So the Ptolemies, their unique ability is what's most important. It's that if they share an embassy with another civilization, the capital, so I guess this is Memphis, I can't remember. The capital of the Ptolemies civilization receives 5% of the other civilization's highest yield in their capital. So expect that to be food. Basically, the capital is going to be really, really tall. Maybe. But the Ptolemies, their entire unique ability relies entirely on the success of other civilizations, not on the success of their own.
So is the AI for Ptolemies at all like inclined towards declarations of friendship, by the way?
It's friendly. It's not good. Like, it's not warlike. It doesn't focus on infrastructure at all. They settle a couple cities, and the cities don't end up getting tall except for the capital. Generally, the consensus was, Ptolemy's bad.
Because my thinking is the Ptolemies aren't going to do much on their own, but if they're at all inclined towards making declarations of friendship and their proximity towards Central Europe, or like Eastern Europe, and my mind thinking about, hey, what can Kosovo do that's weird? Is if the Ptolemies end up making friends with a bunch of people, and one of those people ends up being Kosovo, and then Kosovo, say, I don't know, gets attacked by Germany or Sweden or something like that, and then Kosovo ends up putting like the entire weight of like Northern Africa / Middle East and or whoever else you might find that the Ptolemies are like, hey, bonuses.
I mean, sure. I mean, at the end of the day, I think Kosovo serves a purpose in just making North Africa weaker, if anything. Because if they do end up becoming friends, then North African civilizations waste their already scant resources on wars that they might not even be able to participate in or shouldn't be fighting in when they should be fighting, say, their neighbors.
That's fair. See, I see the Ptolemies basically. Their upside is if that cabal of friendly civs gets attacked, and then having that sort of like insurance of the Ptolemies Kosovo alliance. And yes, Death Kyofu, I am just trying to cause World War One.
And hopefully the Ptolemies end up settling, Cairo, IRL Cairo, because more often than not, we just see a lot of civilizations flub on where they settle their cities in North Africa, and one of the most important ones is probably the Nile Delta, because it does have, food, it has a coast, you can build a navy off of it. Like, I remember being so pissed because Nubia twice in a row settled a city that was a tile off from the coast, and I just got pissed about it.
I'm okay if they settle Cairo. I'm more looking for Suez. Again, not because of the Ptolemies, just because of whoever conquers the Ptolemies. I'd love for people to not have to go around the Horn, and for like the like eastern coast of Africa to be competitive for somebody from Europe without having to like make landfall.
Senshi reminded me to expand upon a point. Yeah, that was kind of what I was alluding to with scant resources in North Africa, that Kosovo's UA, will cause other civs to waste resources, so any civ in Africa could probably see a civ in the Sahara and go, oh, free cities, now that, they've wasted all their resources, because their AI is just going to go, oh, well, aggression can start kicking in because the civ is much, much weaker. So...
yeah, that makes
well, anywho, I think that's enough to be said about the Ptolemies. Moving on, we're hitting Zanzibar under Bargash bin Said. I'm a big fan of Zanzibar.
me too, actually.
I generally really like economy civs, but from what we understand about Zanzibar, like, its TSL is just super unfortunate. I would argue that Zanzibar is so close to the coast of the rest of Tanzania that it shouldn't have been an island. It should have just been surrounded by rivers. But
Zanzibar starting on an island?
yeah, Zanzibar's starting on an island.
That would definitely explain the ranking deviation, because I put Zanzibar at like, what was it? Put Zanzibar at 16th. And I did not realize that they started on an island. Yeah, okay,
At
that's
the time,
fair.
we weren't sure. Like, when we were ranking, we actually didn't know if that was going to be the case. I said that just around the part that Zanzibar would be on with river, and see how that goes. Yeah, shame people voted in another naval civ on the continent within like 5 tiles. Yep,
Exactly.
very true. But yeah, Zanzibar, very cutie. I wish it had a much better chance, but its AI is already like, yeah, this is an economy civ. It doesn't really focus on much else other than Navy. I think Zanzibar has a good chance of settling Madagascar and parts of East Africa, but unless Somalia, which is probably far more militaristic than Zanzibar ever will be, starts floundering, I don't expect Zanzibar to survive long, especially when its southern neighbors are Lesotho, its western neighbors are Namibia and Zaire. It's just a huge task to like try and overcome.
I think if Zanzibar can make its way over to Madagascar, it's not gonna have a problem.
Yeah.
Like, it won't be good, but it won't die until probably like what, the high 20s, low 30s.
Yeah, probably. I think that's a very good point. It could probably go the way of Madagascar and just survive, just because it's small, but it's defensible. But Madagascar is also smaller this season. We also got to remember. So a coastal invasion is a lot easier than it was for the original Madagascar, where the original Madagascar had its capital in the middle of the island. So it was just this whole complicated mess.
That's right, and then you have Somalia just able to come in. Yeah, all right, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe I'm overranking Zanzibar.
No. I mean, I think your rank originally was justified. It's just that now that we have more information, maybe Zanzibar should have ranked a little bit lower. But hey, I'd love to be wrong. I want Zanzibar to do well. Um,
I mean, it's still competitive Africa. They can get a good foothold on the mainland and not get like rolled over by Lesotho or something like that.
yeah. Moving on. This is a red civ. It's Hijaz under Hussein bin Ali. So, Hijaz should have been lower, in my opinion. Um, a couple people put Hijaz in like the top 20, and I was just no.
I was one of those people actually. I put it at 19.
Yeah. Well, Shaggy, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one. But go on, explain yourself.
I'm figuring out why I put it at 19. Just vent for me a second.
Well, yeah, no worries. I think a lot of people might have put it high because it's got a lot of space. Any civ that's in Arabia is going to have a lot of space. It all just depends on whether or not they're going to settle it. Hijaz has modern uniques, which benefits it in the late game, if it survives to the late game. But I noticed that, from all the tests and from all the AI game histories, Hijaz generally doesn't do well militaristically. It's relying on uniques that come way too late. Its unique ability is kind of economy based, which doesn't really matter much at the end of the day. I think Jerusalem is far stronger than it. Kurdistan is far stronger than it. I just don't think it can really capitalize in any direction. And this is with the knowledge that Jerusalem ranked lower than Hijaz.
Remember why I put Hijaz so high?
Okay, go for it.
They have a lot of space, and part of why I think that they're going to be able to use that space isn't because of the yields, because it's desert and they don't have any good desert bonuses, but because of their great general spam potential, I guess. Where at least the way I see it, I see most great generals early game getting used for either aggressive citadeling or arbitrary citadeling. And I think if Hijaz can sort of like throw out a whole bunch of citadels throughout the desert, then they'll be able to at least like with the neighbors that they have, not get like completely rolled early, which might give them enough of a chance to get the rest of their sort of like kit online.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. I think it's just a lot is differing opinion. Like JDT thinks that Hijaz is going to beat Jerusalem, and most of the rankers probably agree with JDT, because Hijaz might. I was of the opinion that Jerusalem would, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way just because the neighbors are all like Hijaz, Jerusalem, Kurdistan, like they're all in this kind of like 40s, 30s region where like anything can happen.
Well, Kurdistan's in the top 20, so.
Wait, what am I thinking of?
I don't know.
I don't know what I'm thinking of. All right, yeah, well, Kurdistan's still anything can happen.
Yeah, sure. So moving on to the next civ, ranked at number 40 is Namibia under Jacob Morenga. They have the land God made in anger. It's a faith-based unique, but it is a military faith-based unique. Kill enemy units in a defensive fashion, you get faith. There's attrition damage on pillaged tiles and desert tiles. They have the Ox Rider, which doesn't require horse resources, so we're going to see a lot of we're going to see a unique unit that doesn't rely on a strategic resource, which is nice.
The unique replace.
Their Ox Rider, I believe, replaces cavalry.
Oh, that's nice. That's not too late.
It could have been horsemen. I might have to double check on that. And
oh no, it's just cavalry. Yeah.
Yeah. Which in general, it's just good. Namibia, the reason why it ranks so low is because it's sandwiched, and it just so happens to have like one of the poorer starts because there's some desert around it, rather than jungle or plains or grassland.
Are there hills on their desert or no?
God,
Because if there are hills, I could see Namibia. Because I'm again, this is another civ that everyone has like super low that I put in like the top 20. Because apparently I just really like attrition civs where like people like other units take damage when they go into the borders.
Naturally, I like attrition civs too. That's why if Afghanistan under Shah Durrani were to get in, I'd probably rank it in the top 10. To be honest with you, but one of the reasons why people rank Namibia so low is actually just because of its AI history. It's not a bad civ at all. Like, it's really well made. You know, the uniques work well together. The uniques are just good in general. But Namibia, more often than not, is kind of just middling. Like, yeah, they declare war. They might pick off a few cities, but they never surmount to anything substantial. That doesn't mean that they can't succeed. It's the same way how Vandals, you know, when they declare war, they might just bumble into stealing shit. But instead of bumbling their way, Namibia kind of just has a slow progression. But everybody else just has a higher progression than they do. Faith civs, in my opinion, just tend to struggle.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. I think I see Africa more as kind of like a massive free-for-all, and in a free-for-all, I'm going to favor these attrition civs where they can basically just outlast other civs better.
Sure. And whereas for me, when seeing Africa as a free-for-all, I just note, yeah, these guys are all going to beat the crap out of each other, whereas everybody else is going to get stronger and bigger and consolidate.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
That's kind of why I didn't really put anyone in Africa particularly high. Yeah, Namibia is 40 Senshi. All right.
Yeah, no, I'm actually with Senshi. I'm gonna go buy some Namibia.
Yeah, I mean, I think Namibia was actually one of my highest ranked African civs, but, you know, yeah, buy stocks in it. I don't, but there is a good chance that it could die. Yeah, JDT says Africa will be scrambled.
Oh yeah, no, Africa's going every which way, and I kind of like it that way. It feels almost like what South America was last season, where, like, sure you have, I guess South America had Uruguay last season, but at the end of the day, it ended up being pretty much a free for all. Like people would ship off of Uruguay. Like you had the Quicura that was basically like stemming the tide and letting everyone else like duke it out for whoever would be like the one to take down Uruguay.
Uruguay was literally just at war with Kurikuro for like tons of parts, and the only reason why Kurikuro didn't die is because of their UA. Yeah. That wasn't really an attrition thing. It was more so just nobody could fucking move. But
I'd call that attrition just without damage.
yeah. It's very slow goings. People voted in Kurikuro as a meme. I voted them in just because I wanted to see improvements on jungles.
Yeah, I love the jungle plays too.
Yeah. Anywho, we're gonna move on to Civ number 39. If I'm not mistaken, this is Somalia. Yep, Somalia under Mohammed Siad Barre. These guys, funnily enough, have a great writer unique, if I'm not mistaken, which brings me back to my college days, or university days, I should say, where, you know, my professor, she, rather than actually talk about anything going on in Somalia or any of the important stuff going on in Somalia, she would just expound on the fact about how Somalian poets were considered some of the best poets in the world, and that there are tons of poets in Somalia. And I just said, yeah, I learned that in my Arabic class. Can we learn anything else, please? All right, do you have any comments to say about Somalia? Because Somalia is one of those high deviation civs. Not
yeah, I think they're a little hyped. I think they're a little overhyped, just because I honestly don't know how trade route pathing works, but it seems so situational that unless they're doing something, because like where are they going to send trade routes that are going to give them that bonus, right? Like they're going to send them maybe to Asia navally. So like that's like what, a few fights.
Yeah, I think
in on the ocean.
I think the general consensus about Somalia is that they are going to be relatively militaristic, and that they don't really have any big, you know, enemies navally, at least not in the entire Indian Ocean.
So they'll just end up getting sort of like a naval dominance, and then would we maybe see some kind of like a coastal empire almost, where they just start like raiding, almost like Viking-ish?
I don't think so. Like, it doesn't seem too piratey to me. By the way, just to say, JDT, that wasn't quoting me. I am quoting my African history professor. You know, I think their best unit. I think the best thing that puts them up here is that they do have a marine unique unit. But like you said, it's wholly a pathing thing, and I don't find it likely that they're going to be fighting on trade routes. civilizations.
Oh, that's a marine unit. For some reason, I thought that was a naval unit.
Yeah. But you know what? They are going to get a shit ton of trade routes just because of the Gab Yaga if the Great Riders just sit around in a city.
Does the AI do that, or does it just pop them?
Sometimes they keep them sitting around. It really depends. Like,
because that seems like a late game thing, right? Where they don't have anywhere to fill a writing slot, and they're not like super in a rush to get a bunch of culture.
Also because great works of writing start disappearing. Like, there's not enough for the game to be like, oh yeah, we have tons still laying around.
Yeah, exactly. Well, okay, that's fair, actually. That's a weird metagame kind of like bonus.
Greg's bringing up a good point. We're talking about what late game Somalia would look like when they have to kill off a civ right at the start to survive. Yeah, I mean, he's right. Hijaz doesn't start on the coast, if I'm not mistaken, and Zanzibar is really the only reasonable civ that they could probably kill. I don't think that they'll do a land invasion against the Ptolemies, and even if they do, it's nothing, really. They're just getting a couple of cities in the middle of the Sahara on a river. Yeah, Zanzibar's really their only bet, but even then, like, I expect Somalia, like, on a bad bias roll, they can just flounder and do nothing. So yeah, maybe Somalia's overhyped, maybe it's underhyped. Well, this one's one of the ones where I just really don't know what direction to go in with them.
Yeah, this feels like what Lax was saying about like, oh, we'll just throw something in the 30s because we don't know where it's going.
Yeah, actually, that's sometimes how we do it. If we don't know if it's going to be terrible or great, we usually throw it in the middle because we just really don't know, and then that's when we just start stacking uniques against other uniques to determine which specific spot we're putting them in. Moving on to number 38.
I actually had him all the way down to 51. Damn.
Oh, well, there you go. This is Fagnum's Laos. So, elephants. Let's talk about them. Greg says a little low. What do you have to say about that, my friend? Shaggy?
Sorry, hold on.
No worries. You're looking up uniques too, aren't you?
A little bit.
Yep. I just don't have them all memorized. It's just like naturally you wouldn't have these things memorized.
Yeah, so basically the city-state aspect is kind of like thrown out the window for CBR. So it ends up being the UA is conquering holy cities and city-states, converts them to your main religion, and grants a free Uparaja. Religious followers in owned cities increase growth in the capital. So it's like religious based, but not in what I'd call a good way.
Right. So basically, what this civ, what we're banking on is that Vietnam takes out Laos early, because what viewers might want to know is that Laos and Vietnam are very, very close together. So they're almost definitely going to kill each other.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
The Great General replacement spawns 2 war elephants, and those war elephants have 100% combat strength versus cities and have double moves in jungle and forest. So fast elephants is what we're looking at.
That's not great.
Yeah, sure, but it's good in the sense that you're getting units.
That's a good point. JDT makes a good point that Laos can go big if Malacca or Vietnam get a religion.
Sure.
Because then because they basically, in order to not just become like some regional civ that like, oh well, I have my space and come take me in 150 turns, they basically need to capture. They need to snowball, right? Like their whole bonus system is based on snowballing. Their position needs them to snowball. Like it's not like they can just like hunker down and get big.
Mm-hmm.
Like it feels like Laos needs to have a really big early game, or they're just screwed.
Yep. If they don't kill Vietnam, they're gonna die to Vietnam. And
What's their positioning relative to Malacca?
They're a little bit far north of Malacca.
Okay,
I don't
fair enough.
see Malacca being as big a threat as Vietnam, especially because Malacca is more navally focused. So we'll see. Let's move on to the next civilization. Heavenly Kingdom of Taiping.
Flavor-wise, love them. Game-wise, not so sure.
I will say that we supposedly underranked them when we first ranked them because we were basing it off of one AI game where they did poorly, and then it turned out like watching them later that they were really, really good. So I also want to note, for any viewers in the future, this is not the Heavenly Kingdom of Taiping that's available on the workshop. It is slightly changed because this is an older version, but Heavenly Kingdom of Taiping under Hong Shu Xuan, it's good. Fucking buy stocks. Put some.
Yeah, this actually like, severely underrated. I put them at 22.
Yeah, they're much
their
better.
bonus
They are
looks
much better
great.
than we ranked them. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't even think it's worth entirely going over why they're ranked here. It's more so just important to point out, oh well, what are the Civ's uniques?
Just the UA alone is fantastic, right? It basically makes them relatively immunized to flipping wars because at least until the late game, when you just have enough units that you can just like constantly just take a Civ 100 to 0. But like early to mid game, they're not going to be flipping a huge amount, especially if they're doing any pillaging.
Right, and if anything, they're good on the offensive because nobody's gonna flip back their cities, and if people do flip their cities, they're gonna get them back soon. Flip it, yeah. You're just absolutely right on flipping wars.
And if anything, and especially in Asia of all places, like if anything kills a Civ in like when they're trying to expand out in Asia, it's definitely these like border flips that like just weaken everything that isn't the core.
It's aggressive and it helps make strong cities. It's entirely made to take cities, and so that should be noted. And so our Christian Chinese guys who are related to Jesus, yeah, flipping is cringe. So yeah, buy some stocks in Taiping, people.
I like Taiping. I like Taiping more than I even thought I did earlier.
And even if you think that they're going to go down after a couple parts, buy stock now, sell it, very quickly, just to turn a very quick profit for your next stock buys. That's my advice. I know that's insider trading. It's not really insider trading.
This is more just investment advice.
Yeah,
it's not really insider trading.
Advisory. But on to Civ number 36. We have Finland under Mannerheim, and we've already fucking gone over why we might be underrating Mannerheim because we're overrating Karl the 12th. Mannerheim's unique ability is Kalevala, which means faith building, summon unique rune singers, writing unique great works available only to Finland. Melee and gun units gain unique promotions according to the nation's culture output. So they're stronger because they have better promotions for their units. Military buildings are really going to help them out here. Maybe buy stock in Finland.
Finland I see is just sort of capitalizing on the losses or like the underperformances of some higher ranking Civs, right? Because like they're not a Sweden killer, right? They're really not a Sweden killer unless Sweden just like royally fucks up the early game. And I can see if the USSR ends up like underperforming what we think it'll do, that Finland can end up taking advantage of that space. But I don't see Finland being like this like breakout Civ in the first few parts, or even the first like dozen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying here that Finland should be ranked way higher. I am saying that they're kind of middle of the pack because we ranked Sweden really high. I still wouldn't put Finland in a top 20 situation, I don't think, unless my painkiller brain said otherwise. But I would say that they are good. But
your painkiller brain said Finland at number 6.
Jesus fucking Christ. Anywho, yeah, I would say now that we're in the present, Greg's laughing. In the present, I would find that Finland is a middling Civ. It'll be middle of the pack in rankings unless it gets hit early on. They have a chance to do okay, but they're just okay. I think I agree with Knott's assessment, which is Finland seemed okay.
Yeah, they definitely seem like okay enough. I think that some people like are really overvaluing Sweden because I'm looking at some of these other ranks and Cloudberg has Finland down at like 58.
Yeah, I mean, hell, They do have one of the higher deviations with 16.08, but there is at least one or two civilizations that crack 20. So, yeah, JDT, I actually OD'd and I've just been replaced by like my dad or something, or my brother, and they're just masquerading as me, I guess. All right, moving on. Paraguay under Solano Lopez.
And here's your one civ that cracked 20. Oh, actually, it got under in the slide. It's over 20 on the sheet.
That's because of Lordie's.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish there was
Soon
anti-stats
to be most of South America. The wars.
Yeah. So Solano Lopez, for our uninformed viewers. So how biases work is that things are placed on a 1 to 10 scale. And then after the 1 to 10 scale, there's a dice roll that adds to or takes away to. So, like, Solano Lopez's aggression modifier is a 12, which means that no matter what he rolls, it will always be at the maximum, which is 10. So, basically, Solano Lopez, will... what's the word? Denounce you on sight and usually declares war very, very quickly. It's basically a meme because Solano Lopez went to war with Brazil, Argentina, I think Uruguay, I think Bolivia, I think Chile, basically a lot of countries in South America. So he is just going to attack everything. The problem is with that is that just because it's a battle royale doesn't mean you should attack fucking immediately. You should build up a core first, and Solano doesn't really do that.
He'll basically end up choosing which civ to die to.
Right, and it's not that he doesn't build a military. He does. He builds a military. He builds a civilization. But with how competitive South America is, and how well carpeted South America is with competent civilizations, Paraguay is almost guaranteed to be the first South American civ to die.
And just for a sense of what the range on the ranks are, the highest ranked Paraguay we have is 3rd, and the lowest ranked Paraguay we have is 60th.
Cloudberg put them in 59th. I like him, am certain they're going to bomb. I think I put them in the 50s too, right? One of my few lucid moments.
No, you have them at 39.
Oh, okay. Well then, I guess to try and reason with that brain was that, they could through a stroke of luck manage to kill the right civs and grow big enough for their aggression to matter. But
honestly, I have them at 32, so I'm not even that far off from where you're putting them. I see them basically as being a civ that, like, if they can get a jump on someone else in South America, great. They'll survive their early game and they won't just immediately suicide to the first civ they see. But I agree with you in that, like, they're not going to be as infrastructure focused to, like, be in it for the long haul, and they'll just screw up on, like, the 2nd or 3rd civ they see and, like, survive to the 30s. Honestly, I'm even overranking them a little bit, but they'll survive to the 30s and then just suicide.
I don't even think they'll survive to the 30s. I think as long as they, declare war on the wrong people, they'll die in like the 50s at best. By the way, JDT, as a correction, 3rd to 60th, not 3rd to 59th. That's how big the range is for Paraguay. But let's move on from Paraguay.
Yeah, Reformer has them at 60th.
Yeah, let's move on from Paraguay because I think we beat that horse a little bit. It's obvious why we ranked them the way we did.
We beat it like Solano Lopez.
The Anangu, which are ranked at 34th.
And just fair warning, this is going to be my last one because I do actually have to go to bed.
No worries, I can keep going from here, and I'll just start going faster. Anangu I put in 4th. I'm going to be honest. This was before an Anangu test. I noticed that they had a huge amount of land available to them. They automatically start with a Luru from their capital. Even though it's a faith-based civilization, I have no confidence in Kulin. I still don't have a lot of confidence in Kulin, but after seeing tests, I regret putting them in 4th, and I should have fucking dumpstered these guys alongside Kulin.
Yeah, so I'm I'm the highest ranking person that didn't for Anangu that didn't put them in the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like you, there's like one other person that has them, I think at 6th, and then I'm there at 21st.
Mm-hmm.
I think like I agree with you. They have a ton of space. I haven't looked at any tests, but I also agree with you that I have like no faith in Kulin. But at the end of the day, I don't see any other civ kind of like swooping in from the ocean in like a Papua kind of way for at least a little bit. So I at least see them being able to like build up enough space to fend off an invasion once it comes. Much more so than Kulin.
All right. Thank you for
So
the
at least
pronunciation
that's where I'm
correction,
thinking.
Senshi. It's Uluru, not Uluru. Uluru. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think we're all on the same page here. Even though our
rhymes
ranks
with
weren't.
Uluru.
Arguably, Anangu are just not aggressive. But neither are the Kulin. But Kulin are more aggressive, just have less space. Yeah, well, Greg, I should preface that my brain said we agree, and I knew why it was agreeing, but my actions didn't show that off.
That's a huge deviation one too.
Anangu suck. I guess I agree with that. I still think that they're better than the Kulin overall, but we'll see how that plays out. Tahiti have not been factored in tests.
Oh, I forgot about Tahiti. If Tahiti ends up like landing in Australia, I could honestly see Tahiti taking over the entirety of Australia.
Maybe, or maybe if they land in New Zealand, they just have a great power base, you know.
Or Papua. Can they land in Papua? Is that like a valid place for them?
They can land next to Papua, yeah.
Yeah, if they land in Papua, I could see them being the ones that sweep through Australia, which would just be like, oh, that would be like a dream Tahiti scenario for me. I'm not gonna lie.
I think we're like exaggerating Tahiti's chances.
Oh, absolutely, but like it could happen.
It could, you know.
It totally could happen.
Through a strange loophole, here's how Tibet from Mark II can still win this.
It's Tonga time. They're gonna blast a portal through towards the next season.
All right. Well, since you gotta go, I will go through the rest on my own, unless you really want to stay for Peru, Bolivia, my favorite South American civ.
If you jump to Two Sicilies, I want to talk about Two Sicilies, but otherwise, if you want to like keep going through in order, that's fine, and I'll hop off.
I want to do it in order.
All right, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's totally fine. We'll talk about it on the server then.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So
I'll see you.
Talk
Thank
to you
you
later. Thank you, Shaggysnorlax. Now it's just me and the rest of chat. Peru Bowl. My favorite South American civ, Peru, Bolivia, under Andres de Santa Cruz. I'm the only one with a comment under this one, I think, because not a lot of people really cared for Peru, Bolivia outside of me in terms of serious fan base, serious rankings. Peru, Bolivia is really great. I like the Rabona Gatling gun replacement. It's weaker than the Gatling gun, has more range, has indirect fire, heals adjacent friendly units. I love that, but I mostly love it for the history of just women helping out soldiers in the Andes, maintaining their weapons, carrying weapons, and fighting in actual battles. Also, on top of that, they have the Supreme Confederation unique ability, which, if I'm not mistaken, trade routes help deal with unhappiness in occupied cities. Not that gold really matters a lot, but trade routes kind of do. So we could see some growth from the civ, from trade routes, whilst, avoiding happiness issues from occupation. And then they also have a harbor unique building, which gives all their naval units the Coastal Raider 1 promotion, which is pretty great because stealing boats is pretty awesome. Why are they ranked 33rd? Well, they're not the worst ranked South American civ, but they aren't far ahead of the last ranked one, which is Paraguay. Generally, people just... Yeah, I think so too, Senshi. I think the naval buff is going to be pretty great. I think it's going to apply really well in Oceania too, just because Tahiti is definitely going to have to be navally focused. Hawaii is going to be navally focused. So even though most people would see those two civs as non-players, Peru, Bolivia, just picking boats off of them would be really important. It could build a strong naval base. It could build a strong base in Oceania that the other South American civs aren't going to be able to have. It really makes them a contender in the Pacific. That being said, do I think they'll survive long? Generally, no. I don't usually see Andes civs doing too well. The Inca probably had the best run of that in Mark II. But I think I speak for the rest of the PR team where we all agreed that aside from maybe Paraguay, South America was a huge battle royale of just like we don't really know what's going to happen. We assume Mapuche is going to be the top dog. Some people think Gran Colombia was going to be the top dog. We assume Paraguay is going to be on the bottom, and then everyone else is just a free-for-all. But we'll see. I can't really predict South America too well, and I don't think any of the other PRs can either. But I'm rooting for Peru, Bolivia. I'm buying stock in Peru, Bolivia. I hope they take out Gran Colombia so that they can be Peru, Bolivia, Gran Colombia, and then we can just keep adding names to their name. But we'll see. Moving on to 32nd. It's Two Sicilies under Ferdinand I. I ranked Two Sicilies 3rd. Others don't agree. I'll pay you to rank them high, JMAn. Well, if they do well, yeah, nobody will suspect it. I guess so, huh? Sorry, I'm hearing noise upstairs and I don't know why. But let's talk about Two Sicilies. I am very big on Two Sicilies. I ranked them 3rd, not because I'm crazy. This is one of my crazy, absurd ranks that I still stand by. Two Sicilies is probably one of the best naval civilizations in the game. For a big reason why being when a cargo ship is built, you receive a free naval unit. Hey, Jablonski, DJ. And who let JMAn alone during the Two Sicilies slide? Well, Shaggy did because he wasn't willing to wait 2 slides. Anywho, naval units automatically upgrade. They receive a free naval unit when a cargo ship is built. The steam frigate moves really fast in coast, which is going to be great in the Mediterranean because it's all coast tile. And it has +1 movement on top of that. And their wine cellar is a zoo replacement, which increases their trade route range in gold, but that's not really too big of a deal. But Two Sicilies, I think, is really great, just because they're going to build for trade because of their unique building and because of their trade route biases. And yeah, Italy's start though is bad, but I always say that it's better to start either in the far south or the far north of Italy. So I say like Rome is kind of the worst place to start. So Rome is like the worst civ in Italy, arguably, because they spread out in both directions. It's better to just spread out into one because you don't really have to worry about, which direction you're going, and the AI doesn't get as easily jumbled up in Italy, as far as I've seen, from what I've seen from AI games. But I think that what is most important is their naval focus and their ability to get a shit ton. Piedmont has the best start because they can lock down Italy while competing in Europe, to be honest. I believe you, but that has yet to be seen. But continuing on Two Sicilies, I think they're just absolutely the best because they will produce a shit ton of boats. They're going to have tons of speed in the Mediterranean, and then they have the Vandals to compete with. The Vandals are food for them. Any cities that the Tuaregs settle on the coast, they'll probably take them. Any cities that the Ptolemies settle on the coast, if they do settle on the coast, they'll take them. Jerusalem, take them. Kosovo, take them. That's just kind of the mindset I was in when I ranked them 3rd. A lot of people disagree, though, because the Italy start is such a bad start, and I understand why they do that. So Two Sicilies is considered bad by a lot because of the Italy start and because of the naval focus. I think they're good because of where they start in Italy, their relative neighbors, their unique abilities with their naval bias. So we'll see where that goes. I say buy Two Sicilies stock. Others will say the opposite, but I say buy Two Sicilies stock. Moving on, we're hitting Kosovo under Ibrahim Rugova. I'm going to be honest, this is kind of a bullshit civ. Not bullshit in the sense that it's a bad civ, but like it messes with the game a lot. For those that are unaware, the unique ability is that anyone who has a declaration of friendship with Kosovo goes to war on Kosovo's behalf when someone declares war on Kosovo, which is basically a meme. It was probably voted in for that meme, aside from Albanian people and people who are pro-Kosovo going like, yeah, let's do Kosovo. World Wars and Dua Lipa shit posts, and maybe some, what's her name? There's like another Albanian artist that's big right now. I can't remember her name. But yeah, Kosovo is going to start world wars. Not like entire cylinder-wide world wars, I don't think, but it's going to start a lot of wars, and, a lot of people might get pissed about it, a lot of people might laugh at it, but at the end of the day, Kosovo expedites the game a little bit, thankfully, maybe changes some dynamics up. It makes civs around them a lot more susceptible to dying, because they'll start draining their resources, or just civs in the middle of nowhere, like, world wars will actually matter a little bit more. Even though they're far away. At least I say. Other than that, Kosovo has a marine replacement. I don't remember what it does off the top of my head, but what's important to know is their unique ability, and they start without a coast. They start in the middle of the Balkans. Bebe Reja. Yeah, that was it. Thank you, Jablonski. Or Yablonski, or Yablonski. I don't know which it is. But regardless, that's all you've got to know about Kosovo. They rank in the middle because, they could arguably do okay. They could push into Anatolia. But, they've got the defenses of the Balkan mountain range and the Carpathians, whatever. Jablonski. Got it. Thank you. But that's all I have to say about Kosovo. Moving on, we have... I think this is Palmares. Palmares under Zumbi. So... Fuck. It's so hard to talk about civs in the 30s all the way up to, where they go. Palmares, a little history lesson for y'all. These are slaves. This is a state. Not a lot of civs I'm cheering against, but please not Palmares. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't cheer against Palmares. I think their entire concept is very cool. So they're based on a group of slaves in Brazil. And they created capoeira, essentially, which is, dance fighting, which was used as a means to escape, and then they teach capoeira off in their own state called Quilombo dos Palmeiras. Yes, Palmeiras used to have a hilarious leader screen, and now it's changed. Anywho, let's not fight in the chat, please. The Capoeirista, I don't think is a strong UU. I think Warrior UUs obsolete very, very quickly. Yes, they're fast. Yes, they gain zone of control really quickly, but I don't think they're that useful. What is more useful is their unique tile improvement, the Mocambo, unlocked at guilds, but it must be built in forest or jungle, so deforestation might really hurt Palmares, especially if other civilizations settle other parts of the rainforest. But if they do build it, it gives culture, it gives production, and units on that tile gain 50% combat defense, and they capture defeated enemy units. I think... Oh, and it can be built outside of friendly territory. I didn't know that, actually. But I think, aside from being able to capture settlers and still use settlers, I think... I think that Palmares... its main thing is just moving around and being a thorn in people's sides. I don't like to hype it up, but I don't think it'll do poorly. I think, it could give Marajoara a run for its money. It could like I said, this is the South American tango we're doing right now. We don't know who's going to do well, except for maybe Mapuche, and probably not Paraguay. Moving on to number 29, it's regular Yuan under Kublai Khan. Yeah, it's in the middle of China. Its TSL isn't necessarily the best, just because it's kind of squashed down by Northern Yuan, and then it has Heavenly Kingdom to deal with, but it's arguably a good civ. Sorry, talking a lot on my own is a lot harder than talking with someone else. They do passively research tech from enemies, and once they are ahead in tech, they do damage to enemy cities. So that's really good, but that's if they do well in the tech department. Like, I don't really know. They also have a naval UU, which I don't think benefits them personally. And, they're able to catch up when it comes to fighting, but they build their courthouses. Their unique building is a courthouse, so, like, they're not going to be... You can't build it in cities that you haven't conquered. So I think their strength really relies on them conquering, and it also relies on their enemies being bigger than them. And I also find that but at the same time, if they do really well in tech, then they're probably going to be really strong. But Northern Yuan is also ranked first for a reason to some rankers' minds. So we'll see where that goes. I'm a little bit bullish on them. I'm a bit bullish on most of the Chinese civs. But we are going to move on to the Gauls under Vercingetorix. I don't speak French. I'm sorry. I don't know how that's pronounced. Either way, this is one of the older civs in existence. So they get a lot of luxury resources, which to me doesn't matter. Happiness is a non-factor for the most part. And culture from strategic resources and those luxury resources is a non-factor. It's a very small buff. The Oathsworn, I think, is a strong, unique unit. So its increase in combat strength off of the base swordsman is negligible. But let me read Battle Fury. The Battle Fury promotion, upon death, grants the Battle Fury promotion to adjacent allies, giving plus 10% combat strength per level earned by the Oathsworn for 10 turns. Max plus 50%. So that's good in the sense that the Swordsman is a unit that kind of stays a little bit longer. Just call them vital statistics. I like that. Vital statistics. Yeah, so the Oathsworn... they're good because they're swordsmen, and that's about it. Because swordsmen tend to stick around a little bit longer than some of the other unit types. Like, long swordsmen obsolete very quickly because they just go into musketmen almost immediately. And, then we're focusing on gun units. But for the early game, the Gauls, I think, are going to do very well. They're probably the biggest threat to Germany, in my mind, because they'll have their unique units before Germany. We'll see if that has anything to play with the rest of the game. But other than that, I don't think there's much to say. Their unique building is just Metalsmith, which is more gold. It replaces the mint, by the way. What's going on for the Gauls right now is that, I guess what's going on for Gaul right now is that they have space, which is a lot of France and maybe a little bit of Spain, maybe a little bit of Italy. We'll see, the Low Countries. And they've got early UUs. And so the idea is, at least in the rankers' minds, as far as I'm concerned, is that they are going to snowball early if they can beat Germany, and maybe they can, have a decent shot at winning Europe. But we'll see. The next up is a Chrissy Civ, a Chrissy 15 Civ, that is Vietnam under Ho Chi Minh, Communist King. My favorite communist of all time, because in my opinion, Vietnam is best communist country. Vietnam, very cutie. This is also a civ that Lacsirax really, really likes. I only remember the unique building off the top of my head, so I'm pulling it up right now. Like, I know they have the karaoke bar. Karaoke lounge, sorry. Which is a happiness building, which to me is a non-factor in AI games. Heavy Division, artillery unique unit. When starting its turn with or adjacent to a great general, both units ignore terrain costs and may enter mountains. So that's pretty good if they've got great generals, which if it's a militaristic civ, it will have a lot of Uncle Ho, Uncle Ho. And it has plus 50% combat strength against units, so it's a very strong unit killer. You know, it doubles as a city killer and a unit killer, and I've seen artillery in the Future era. I saw it in Mark II, where the Inuit were still producing artillery. I thought it was really funny. So I think the Heavy Division is going to be a very strong, unique unit if Vietnam can reach that point, which in my opinion, I think they can. I think they can kill Laos. They do have, you know, better expansion opportunities. So even though they might neighbor more civs, they'll just have more land. If they produce more units, which I think they will, they'll take out Laos because Laos is based on great generals. Vietnam is more based on units. Oh, and the Trong Son Trail, which is Vietnam's unique ability. Units may use enemy trade routes, and when doing so, will drain production from the nearby city to your connected cities and generate a great general point. Great generals build roads when they enter jungle, forest, or mountains. So, a lot of infrastructure building, makes a lot of great generals, siphons production from trade routes. I think that's pretty decent. Vietnam invaded Khmer Rouge. Other communist countries did not invade Khmer Rouge. Conclusion, Vietnam is space as fuck. Yep, good comment. Anywho, that's what I have to say about Vietnam. I'm just blasting through these because we've been doing this for almost 3.5 hours. I want to get done with it. The next civ is Coca-Cola, another naval civ. This one's based in South India. They have a great admiral replacement. I remember this one off the top of my head. They have a great admiral replacement, which has combat strength, so, you know, a slightly more useful great person. Having naval-focused civs is good. The problem is that, you know, there are 3 civilizations in the area, which in the region of the Indian Ocean, which are entirely naval-based. 4, if you can argue that the Dutch East India Company will do anything, which is Malacca and Somalia, alongside Kola. So Raja the First might struggle in that regard if, you know, they're trying to be the navally dominant civ, especially when, like, a lot of their unique ability relies on city-states, which there are none of, and trade routes, which, you know, aren't going to be the most important thing in this game. But they will generate a lot of great admiral points, hopefully. Except their unique ability just does not, you know, apply. They do get bonuses doubled for naval trade routes, so they could get a lot of stuff out of doing cargo boats. But aside from that, the Thilai Thervai, which is the name I had to look up for the Great Admiral, is probably going to be most important here, just to automatically ensure that their navy stays relevant throughout the game. But they're placed above middle of the pack. They're the biggest threat to Punjab. They're the biggest threat to Malacca. They're the biggest threat to Somalia. And they could easily take the southern half of the Indian subcontinent. Indian civs, generally, in my opinion, should be ranked high during Part 0 because they have a lot of land available to them. Even Bhutan, I suppose, could be ranked a little bit higher than what my ranking was. I just don't have any faith in them whatsoever, just because of how much land they have available to them and also how defensively capable they can be. Moving on, we're hitting Nigeria under Awolowo. Their unique ability is Giant of Africa. They're food and faith civilization. They build tall. They're a decent build tall civilization. I don't really want to talk more about it. They have an 18.49 deviation because I ranked them really low. Lots of other people ranked them really low. Some people ranked them relatively high, and they kind of just middled out at 25. So that's all I got to tell you about Nigeria. I guess I should talk about their TSL. So, unlike previous BRs, most of the African civilizations have a lot more room than usual, except for Nigeria, because right above them is Burkina Faso, and Burkina Faso can just lock them down and pressure on them very early on. So I ranked Nigeria really low because of that, but since they're not in the Sahara, I guess that gave a lot of people reason to not rank them really low. Burkina Faso is a little bit more production-based rather than food-based and faith-based. So that's all I gotta say about the war in Nigeria, the war in Vietnam. I'm moving on. Burkina Faso is ranked just above them. To be honest, I forgot their unique abilities and their uniques. I'm looking them up now, but again, refer to the Voronoi diagram. Yeah, they've got an average build out, but they also squeeze in Nigeria really hard. So even though they don't have the coast, they could probably easily push to the Nigerian capital and take coast. That's just my idea, because I assume Thomas Sankara is going to be a lot more militaristic. This was also during a time before we knew anything about the 12 Days of Africa civs. Like, most of them hadn't been tested. But yeah, they're production-based. I knew they were production-based. So their trade routes boost building production. It's doubled for science buildings. So they're going to try and pull ahead with science because of that. They do have a marine UU, which plants forests and repairs improvements, and starts with additional experience for every tile with a road or rail near the city in which it is trained. It has a seaport replacement, which doesn't have any of the requirements of the seaport, so that's just a better building overall. It gets production. Production wins games. We saw that with the Boers. We saw that with Zimbabwe, where if you have a production advantage, you're pretty much set to at least succeed to a relatively higher degree. So I'm just going to say, yeah, Burkina Faso deserves to be higher than Nigeria. Burkina Faso is going to outproduce Nigeria. None of those guys won. You are correct. None of those guys won. But still, production does put you ahead of the pack at the very least. That's why the Boers were in, rank 1 for so long. That's why Zimbabwe was in rank 1 for a few parts. That's why it was in rank 2 for a few parts. But Burkina Faso, I don't think will suck. I think Burkina Faso is probably our best African civ, even though they're not ranked the highest of the African civs. This is just my opinion. But moving on. Mara Joara. So this is another Senshi Denshi civ, right? Under Pukui. Pukui or Pukui? I'm not sure. What's nice about Marajo. Yeah, Marajo. So, what's nice about CBR, just as an aside, as a side note, it's really great that you can just learn so much about civilizations and culture groups from throughout time that have been forgotten by a lot of people, that have, sometimes very little written about them. It's really a great way to access learning. I do love it quite a bit. So, I will say, we don't really know how Marjoar is going to work. We do know that their shrine is going to make them a little bit more defensively powerful and build a little bit taller, which in such a food-heavy environment already means that they're going to probably be a really, really tall civilization if they survive. Their shrine acts as an early aqueduct. And you can build multiple Tisos, so that's the shrine unique building. So you're just constantly building more and more food for your civilization. I think that's pretty great. It's pretty great if you're building tall, and if you go wide on top of that, you're going to have a strong civilization overall. Their Galleus replacement, the Snake Canoe, drains HP from adjacent enemy units at the beginning of its owner's turn, which makes me believe that Marjo is going to do really well against Jamaica. I think, with that, just draining an already weak civilization's weak navy, that's a navally focused civilization in the scheme of a BR, means that Marjo is probably going to take out Jamaica. Receive a free Tesso in the capital upon founding a city with access to fresh water. So the capital is going to be really, really tall. I did not know that. Alright, moving on. Like I said, that's the South American Rumble. We don't really know how it's going to turn out. It's the Chinook, and I'm really upset because the Chinook are not in the same BR as the Haida, because I thought that would have been a great natural rivalry, and we didn't even get Tlingit to make up for it against the Chinook, so that's just another issue in my head. I wanted the Chinook to fight the Haida. Didn't end up happening. Couldn't happen during this BR. Maybe in 2 BRs, somebody will get the idea, and when we have only 5 viewers left in the Civ Battle Royale, it can happen. But coastal resources are automatically improved, and there is a salmon unique resource. Yeah, Tlingit are cool. I don't know why people stopped voting for them, but other than that, the Chinook, they get a salmon unique resource. They automatically improve coastal resources, which is great. That means an early infrastructure boost for the Chinook. That's really strong early on. Chinook based, yes. Chinook are one of my favorite civilizations. They have a workboat replacement, which has combat strength, which isn't really going to be a big factor. Yeah, I mean, I can see that best bet for North America. I think that's a decent idea. I think Chinook and Neutral Nation probably both have the best, and I guess Rio Grande, it's kind of like a 3-way battle, and Chinook don't really have aggressive neighbors. They can take on Tongva, and they can take on Dene. I can see them, being a favorite here. But they also have the Plank House, which is a lighthouse replacement. Can be built in cities with access to any body of water. I don't know if that includes rivers, but it might. I don't think that's a factor, though. I just don't think it is. Do you think that they're going just to build a bunch of the workboat you use? You think that's going to be a thing? I mean, I can understand that, but because it doesn't obsolete. But I don't know. I can't. Oh, I'm tired, man. Okay. I'll take your advice on that, but I didn't really think of that. But I still am rooting for the Chinook regardless. I think it's time to move on because everyone's tired. Japan under Tanaka Kakui. Fuck's sake. I think ranking it would be more of a problem without Siege the day so they got lucky. Okay. So I find it a bit odd that we always rank Japan relatively high. I think Japan's an awful TSL because it's just a big island. Shikoku was, in my opinion, the exception, not the rule, when it came to excellence in Japan, and even then, it wasn't really that great. And Shikoku did have... Oh god, my throat is so fucking sore. Almost 4 hours of talking will do that too. But it's got like production bonuses, but again, I don't think it's actually going to matter that much in the long run. Plus, its unique unit is a fighter. And you know, the only idea here is that they make gold. Like, there's a couple of production bonuses, but overall, I think Japan just has no chance against the Manchu. I think they have no chance against Yuan. Their southerly neighbors are very out of reach. I think they're just going to stick on their island, and they'll probably end up dying. This is mostly just my opinions now. But if they prove me wrong, they prove me wrong, but I just think it's very, very unlikely. Maybe their only real opponent is the Chukchi, and that's only from a coastal perspective. I don't think they're going to do well in coastal fights in North America. Moving on, we got three affiliate. Oh no, we've got the Kulin, which were ranked 20th. I was about to say my favorite civ of all, but no, it is not my favorite civ of all. It is Kulin. Oh god, hold on. I dropped something important. Ah, crap. Sorry about that. I just picked up the important thing that I dropped. Ah, come on. Okay. Let's talk about the boomerang guys. These are the guys that invented the boomerang, right? Before I, mischaracterize an Aboriginal group. Yep, the Kulin Alliance under William Barak. So, warrior replacement with lower production if the city is working stone or marble, which is unlikely. They'll just obsolete out as soon as spearmen are invented, which will take one tech. The Wallert Gurn Maker, which is an artist guild replacement, may be built up to 5 times, contains artist specialist slots, produces great artists. Unlocked a currency, gives units a movement and sight promotion, but their uniques are, entirely based on trade, and their unique ability is entirely based on influence with city-states, which doesn't matter here. The reason why Kulin are ranked so highly is because some people saw some tests that saw them beating up Anangu pretty bad. I think they're very overrated. I wouldn't buy stock in them. That's my opinion. I think Kulin in 20 is not accurate at all. You're basically looking at a civilization that rarely does well, which doesn't have uniques that benefit it way too much in any substantive way. Aside from the promotion to its units. And yeah, it's got way more militaristic civs around it. Like, I think we hype up Australian civs a lot, especially ones that start on the East Coast, like Australia under John Curtin, Australia under Henry Parkes, because they inevitably take over the Australian continent. And they don't really get attacked. Henry Parkes was the exception because he built such a big navy and started conquering all across Oceania. But Kulin is not the one to do that. Again, this is turned into JMAn's Opinion Hour, and we've only got four or so civs left. Number 19, it's 3 affiliated tribes under 4 bears. Yes, that's 4 whole bears leading a civilization. 3 affiliated tribes is actually one of my favorite civilizations. I've been shilling them ever since Mark III voting. And I'm glad they're finally in, because they're cool. They do have a growth-based unique ability called Buffalo Bird Woman's Garden. Oh no, wait, that's not a growth-based ability. What am I talking about? It's they are encouraged to build agriculture so that their trade route range increases and their gold production from trade routes increase. Their unit is a Blackmouth Lancer. It does not require horses, so units that don't require strategic resources, whereas normally they would, is, just automatically good in my book, even though they're slower. But they're likely to fortify. They're strong. They've got their own actual model. I think it's a cool, unique unit. It's not going to matter much, though. Unique units don't really matter too much in these games. Oh, here it is. Earth Lodge, the replacement for the watermill. +1 additional food for a total of +3. +1 additional production for a total of +2. 5% of food is carried over after a new citizen is born per trade route to and from the city. So trade routes really actually do matter in the sense that if they're playing tall for any of their cities, trade routes are going to play a big game in making them grow a lot, especially with the Earth Lodge available. And plus, getting a little extra production out of the deal isn't too bad. They're ranked 19th because of their starting location. They're just in the middle. Everyone's far away, if that makes sense. So the only civilization... So all the civilizations are very spread out in North America. Neutral Nation is all the way on the east coast of the Great Lakes. New Netherlands all the way on the east coast. Rio Grande is all the way down south. Mississippi is all the way down south, which is not an actual Mississippi, fun fact. I think it's in Tennessee, but still far away. And then Tongva all the way on the west coast. Chinook all the way on the west coast. Basically, 3 affiliated tribes has the opportunity to blob up in the middle and maybe push to the coast in any direction they want. They just have a lot of expansion room, is the idea. Their Voronoi is very big, and I ranked them quite high. Moving on to Civ number 18. We were talking about Spain under Carlos III. Spain under Carlos III was... first they tried to get pity votes, and that didn't work. And then they tried to get, meme votes, and that did work. So, you know what? Memes get you spots in the CBR, as we saw with Lesotho in Spain. With Carlos III's weird real-life face. But Carlos III makes a lot of great people. Their riflemen, well, it will be line infantry with Enlightenment era because we have the Enlightenment era installed. Ooh, somebody's messaging me. Sorry. They're defensively strong. They have a decent naval UU. It's stronger than the frigate that it replaces. That is the Santísima Trinidad. People voted in Spain ranked Spain so highly. 1, because the Moors won the previous Battle Royale. 2, because they are militaristically aggressive. 3, they don't have a lot of nearby opponents, so they can expand into France and fight off the Gauls if they want to, and maybe take out the Gauls, barring the Gauls blobbing by attacking Germany early on. We'll see. So that's all I've got to say about Spain. We got 2 civs left, people, and then I'm done. I'm going to bed. Kurdistan under Mustafa Barzani. So, Kurdistan. I think a lot of people voted this in because of not political motivations, but because Kurdistan is currently politically relevant in the news, at least in the United States. That might have brought a lot of voters from the Middle East for the North American crowd, because at the time there was issues going on with Syria, in the sense that the Kurds were suddenly labeled as enemies of the United States when they had been historically our allies. It's a whole thing. But very militaristic civ, has tons of bonuses for defense on hills. They claim mountains, so they expand really, really quickly. They get random yields when they expand into mountains. Their Peshmerga infantry unique unit, which might stick around for a little while, crosses mountains, which is whatever, but is fast in hills. But their walls unique building gives them a lot of growth. They act as an aqueduct, a better aqueduct than the Tiso, in the sense that it has the same exact bonus, but it only needs to be built once rather than 5 times to have the maximum bonus. And +1 production for every mountain in the city's borders, along with +1 tourism after archaeology. If they can get into the Caucasus, which they most likely will, they'll get a big production boost. If they get to Afghanistan, which they have a good chance of doing, they'll get a huge production boost. If they hit any mountains whatsoever, they'll get a huge production boost. Kurdistan has a very good chance to succeed because it's so militaristically focused that you really can't ignore it, and its production bonuses are notable. Being in Mesopotamia, they still have access to food, so it's not like the desert tiles are useless. So that's where they're going to shine. Their opponents are Jerusalem, which everybody's mainly agreed are extremely weak. Georgia, which everybody's agreed is extremely weak. Uzbekistan, which everybody's agreed is extremely strong, but also Hijaz and the Ptolemies. So Kurdistan, big favorite right now. And then the final civ we're going to talk about is Great Perm, which is a faith-based civ, but is got one of the larger Voronoi diagrams. They just have a lot of space to expand into. Oh, I'm noticing a lot of people have left because, you know, the excitement has gone down and I'm just blowing through these like it's nothing. But Great Perm, also known as Permskoye Kniejestvo, oh, this is the wrong Great Perm. Shit. Alright. Well, Great Perm got a lot of space. It has a faith-based unique ability. It has growth-based abilities. It has expansion-based abilities. Don't count them out. I think they're a better shot than PARG. PARG just got such a high rank because of its voting region. But I think buy stocks in Great Perm. See how that goes. I'm really tired. If you haven't followed me, please do follow me. I'd really appreciate it. You know, any kind of publicity right now would be great. Thank you for watching PRCast Episode 0. I'm sorry it took so long. That's what happens when you have 61 civilizations and you have a lot of opinions about them, and then you get knocked down to one person. But thank you for watching. I've really appreciated the support. And it was good talking with you guys. Senshi Denshi, if you're still watching, do send me a PM. I'd love to actually offer you a PR position. Just for the sake that your remarks can actually be heard on voice, and then everybody will have to go, well, shit, I didn't think of that. Yeah, thank you so much for watching. Have a good one, everyone. And be sure to watch CPR X2, which drops tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Buy some stocks on the Stonkbot. Make some predictions for PredCon. You just have a great night, everyone. Yeah, bye. Thank you so much for watching.